not orange. We leave the year behind us, if only for 6 hours to cherish those who are important to us. We welcome Christmas together with totally unique music from my vast collection. Christmas Eve with Oedipus, 6 to midnight, only on GBH 89.7, where Christmas matters to you.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Marjorie Egan. Ahead on the 11 o'clock hour of Boston Public Radio, we'll start the show with political commentator Chuck Todd on the president's lie-filled primetime speech to the nation, denying the economic reality everybody but billionaires face in Trump's America. Plus, we'll get his thoughts on Obamacare premium hikes, the Epstein files, and more.
I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim Browdy. After hearing the president's speech, we want to know what you think. We'll open the phone and text lines to get your thoughts on the state of Trump's economy. Household budgets are tight. Healthcare, rent, food. How are you squaring the president's remarks with your daily economic reality? Call or text next on the 11 o'clock hour of BPR on GBH and NEPM. Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. The House has passed a group of health care provisions backed by Republicans. They're intended to lower health care costs for some people, but they do not extend subsidies for those paying for health insurance coverage under the Affordable Care Act. The subsidies run out at the end of the year. If nothing is done, costs under the ACA will skyrocket for millions of Americans. So, separately, 4 Republicans joined Democrats to sign a petition yesterday. This now forces the House to vote on extending the subsidies for 3 years. NPR's Barbara Sprent says it is not clear when that vote will happen.
Under House rules, there's a waiting period. The Speaker could choose to move the vote sooner, as soon as today. But if he doesn't, the vote wouldn't happen until next month because lawmakers are leaving at the end of this week for the holidays.
Even if the measure does pass the House, it's not clear it has enough support to pass in the Senate. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Brussels today. EU leaders are set to decide whether to use frozen Russian central bank assets as collateral for a huge loan to Ukraine. NPR's Joanna Kakissis reports.
EU leaders are divided over the financial risk in supporting the loan backed by frozen Russian assets. Belgium is the most worried. Russia has sued Euroclear, the Brussels-based firm that's holding most of these assets. Zelensky told reporters he had spoken to Belgium's prime minister. I understand the concern about legal actions from Russia, he said, but it's not as alarming as having Russia on your doorstep. So I believe that as long as Ukraine is defending Europe, Ukraine should be supported. He said if Ukraine is abandoned, Europe will pay with blood, not money. Joanna Kakissis, NPR News, Kyiv.
A funeral has been held in Australia for the youngest victim of last Sunday's mass shooting at a Hanukkah celebration. 10-year-old Matilda was the youngest of the 15 people killed. Christina Kukulya reports.
Mourners gathered at a memorial centre in East Sydney to bid farewell to the little girl, described as righteous and kind. Matilda's casket was adorned with a toy bumblebee. The rabbi who delivered her eulogy said the death of the girl who came to Australia from Ukraine with her family was cruel and unfathomable. Earlier in the day, surrounded by a heavy police presence, family and friends held a funeral for the oldest victim, 87-year-old Holocaust survivor Alex Klaitman. In a statement, his family says he will be remembered as a fascinating person with an unwavering spirit. For NPR News, I'm Christina Kukulya in Sydney.
President Trump's media company is merging with a nuclear fusion company called TAE Technologies. It's backed by Google. The all-stock deal is worth about $6 billion. Nuclear fusion technology is a very new area of scientific interest. Fusion powers the sun. It's clean energy, but there's no known commercial success for this. You're listening to NPR.
Good morning with the latest from the GBH Newsroom. I'm Henry Santoro. Brian Walsh, the man convicted of murdering and dismembering his wife, Anna, was sentenced to life in prison today. On Monday, a jury in Norfolk Superior Court found Walsh guilty of first-degree murder. Anna Walsh first went missing on January 1st, 2023. The prosecution argued that a $2.7 million life insurance policy Brian Walsh was set to be the sole beneficiary of and an affair Anna Walsh had were possible motivations the 50-year-old Walsh had to carry out the crime. Here's how it sounded in court this morning.
Mr. Walsh, you will live with the guilt and burden of Anna Walsh's death for the rest of your life. As to count one, the jury having convicted you of murder in the first degree, I sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Anna Walsh's sister delivered an impact statement saying, in part, the most painful part of the loss is knowing that her children must now grow up without a mother's hand to hold. Police from Boston to Providence have their eyes peeled as they search for whomever is responsible for recent murders at Brown University and in Brookline, Mass. As for the murders at Brown, today is day 6 in the search for a gunman, and police in towns bordering Rhode Island say there's no immediate safety threat to the area. In a letter to residents, North Attleboro Police Chief said there's no sign of immediate problems for the community. He says the search has brought investigators into numerous communities, including Massachusetts. Meanwhile, the search is on for the killer of a MIT professor in Brookline. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from the Lemelson Foundation, dedicated to improving lives through invention, innovation, and climate action. And the William T. Grant Foundation, supporting research to improve the lives of young people at wtgrantsfdn.org.
This is BPR on GBH and NEPM. I am Marjorie Egan. Jim Browdy has the day off, but I'm joined by Christina Quinn.
Hello.
Hello, Christina, former reporter at GBH and current host of the great Washington Post podcast, Try This, which has changed my relationship with sleep and assured me my aging brain is still hanging in somewhat.
You still got it, Marjorie. You still got it.
Yeah, it's a great podcast, Christina. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Juliette Kaim and Andrea Cabral will be hosting for Jim and me tomorrow at the Boston Public Library. No tickets or RSVP needed, needless to say. Now, via Zoom, we're joined by political analyst Chuck Todd. Chuck is the former moderator of NBC's Meet the Press and host of the show Sunday night, with Chuck Todd on the platform Newsphere. He's also the host of the Chuck Toddcast, which you can find at the chucktoddcast.com or youtube.com at the Chuck Toddcast. Hello, Chuck Todd.
Hey, Chuck.
Great to talk.
How are you?
Well,
Boy, I've got you branding me really well, I think.
We want to give credit. We want to give credit to all our guests and hope we can keep you, Chuck. We're going to make sure we give you credit. So, the speech, what did you think?
Well, you got to ask yourself, what was the purpose, right? And I have an idea of what the purpose was. And in fact, he kind of let it in right after the speech is done. The pool, I think, captured, well, this was somebody else's idea, basically, right? He took a 2-hour rally speech and tried to jam it into 18 minutes. Look, I think you get what the goal of the speech was, which was, hey, we know you're not feeling great about this economy, but, have patience. Here's what I've done. Now, he didn't quite put it in those terms, right? Which I think made it where the speech didn't accomplish what the goal was to accomplish. We can sit here and say, it was grievance this, grievance that. Yes, it was, but it was then a wasted effort. I get what he was trying to do. You pick out what you believe a majority of the public thinks you've succeeded at so far in the first year. And I think he, which is the border, which is the Middle East, that's about, and this wages, the increase in wages is something that, hey, you take it, you try to grab a good headline where you can find it. But because he buried it all in his usual vim and vigor and sort of grievance this and grievance that, I don't think whatever message Susie Wiles and those in the political side were hoping it would come across, it was a failure, right? And ultimately, with what they wanted to accomplish, I don't think they accomplished one thing with it. But they could have if they just changed it.
Let her. I mean, there were also a number of false claims, right? I mean, coming out and saying inflation has stopped, and that when
if we were trying to correct every false claim, we would be here. It would take longer than the speech itself.
Yeah, gas prices, he exaggerated that, he exaggerated the number of migrants that came into the country. I mean, it was like full of lies, basically, that I don't know if he believes these lies now or he just doesn't believe them but keeps telling them. But, you talked in your podcast about invoking about the 25th Amendment. We heard this a lot during Trump won. But why did you write about this?
Well, it's more of the point I was trying to make is...
We should explain, by the way, it's about thinking somebody has lost their marbles.
It's the comparison to Joe Biden, okay? Yeah. Meaning, look, there was, and the title of my Substack piece is, How Will We Know? Right? With Joe Biden, the reason there were outside observers, well, whether it was myself or others, you were like, hey, this is not the same Joe Biden. The Joe Biden I covered in 2015, 2016, hey, this guy is not the same one that I covered in the campaign in 2019 and 2020. And oh, by the way, guy that he was then in 2023, 2024. With Donald Trump, because he's kind of always been sort of erratic and says crazy things, and so you can't just use his performance, but there are certain things where he's just sort of where, when you get older, you don't have a filter anymore. And, you take a look at the Rob Reiner attack. What I'm focused on with that, and was the subject of my piece, and the reason I think we need to ask this question, hey, is he all there all the time, right? Because I accept the fact that he has good days and bad days. I accept the fact that there are good hours and bad hours, just like there are with anybody that's 80 years old, right? When is it the best time to have a meeting with somebody that's 80, right? It's probably about 11 a.m., okay? And I'm not, again, this is just what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
But imagine this, he says what he said about Rob Reiner in the tweet. And then 8 hours later, he's asked about it. Somewhere in that intervening 8 hours, one of two things happened or didn't happen. Either somebody said, hey, you know what, that didn't go so well. I wouldn't say anything more. Why don't you just sort of, feel the sympathy for the tragedy. This is a horrible thing. It's a loved one that killed them. I mean, this is a mess. Get out of the story, just sort of back off. Or they didn't say anything at all, which means they're afraid to give him bad news. And I remember this was a whisper, this was an issue that was whispered about among the Biden, in Biden world, which is, his temper. He explodes at people when you tell him things he doesn't want to hear. Well, that is a sign of getting older. It means your filter's gone away. It means, so you got to ask yourself, I think this is a week, and this speech last night might be another example where there was no doubt what he was supposed to do with that speech. There was no doubt the messages he was supposed to articulate, and he couldn't do it. And the question you have to ask yourself, is this because he's like the Trump of 10 years ago would have taken credit for Rob Reiner's success and Michelle Reiner and would have said, she'd have been nothing without shooting my photo on Art of the Deal.
Yeah, that's right.
We know he's always been a narcissist, but can you discern good and bad anymore, right? And that's where, this is the question I think we didn't ask these questions soon enough collectively with Biden. Well, we should learn our lesson. And we're dealing with another 80-year-old president where it is fair to ask, does he have the temperament? Now, I don't think he's ever had the temperament to be president personally, but is his temperament changed since even the first term? And I think the answer is yes.
And it is hard to sort of parse through it because we have become so accustomed to his shocking nature, right? That's what he does. He says things that are shocking, and we become so used to it that it's hard to know, like, is this a sign of perhaps some sort of cognitive decline, or and that's where we are.
Let me put it in other terms. Can you imagine J.D. Vance giving that speech?
No.
Whatever you think of J.D. Vance politically, take away any thoughts about him politically. Can you imagine him giving that speech?
Well, there was no empathy for the struggle of
Right.
people that you want to hear. That, as Bill Clinton used to say, I say it differently under Donald Trump.
Just
But I
paraphrase.
feel your pain.
Right.
I feel your pain. I know what you're going through. This is terrible. It's Christmas.
Yeah.
You're worried about paying the bills. You're worried about your credit card debt. You're worried. I mean, some empathy.
Some
for
soothsaying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the
Yes.
yeah. And there was
Pretend you
none of that.
care.
But
Pretend you think the country ought to be. What drives me nuts about this entire MAGA movement is the inability to want to be united on anything.
Yeah.
To even attempt to depoliticize around the holidays, right? Everything has to be an attack and a wedge. And I think a majority of Americans, even those that may have voted for Donald Trump in 24, don't want that.
I mean, I think, yes, many of us are tired of it. But speaking of making things sort of constantly partisan, what about the plaques?
The plaques.
The insulting plaques in the presidential portraits. You want to?
Am I paying for? I'm curious who paid for those plaques. This is answer number one I'd like to have.
Yeah, explain what they are.
Is this my tax dollars?
Yeah, explain what they are.
Are these my tax dollars, or is it the Middle East? Is Qatar paying for these plaques? But I'd like to know who paid for these plaques.
Well, let's just quickly brief listeners on what we're talking about here. There are new plaques installed under the pictures of Trump's presidential Walk of Fame. That is a portrait display in the West Wing, and these plaques now have choice words that are, I think, some of them are actually direct quotes from perhaps Truth Social. I'm not entirely sure.
Carolyn Levitt says he wrote a lot of them because he's a brilliant writer.
Really?
Eloquent,
He wrote
eloquent.
a lot of them. I'm shocked. Yeah.
Yeah, calling Sleepy Joe Biden and all that kind of, very, and the picture of Joe Biden is not a picture of Joe Biden, it's a picture of an auto pen. But this seems a little odd to me, to go through all this trouble.
Well, think about how broken you are as an individual that you need to tear down others in order to, right? Ultimately, right, it's the pattern he has. He knows I've always thought he weirdly understands that he's of limited capacity, and the only way he can look good is if he tears others down or he makes others seem extraordinarily awful in order to make his awful seem less awful, right? Like he wants to, in some ways, it's a perverted version of Joe Biden used to say, don't judge me by the almighty, judge me by the alternative. And so he always tries to paint these straw men, right, so crazily negative. And I think it's because he kind of is acknowledging, yeah, I know you don't like me. I know I'm not very popular, but I'm better than the worst person in the world, right?
These guys did.
If I can convince you of this. By the way, I got to give you a little dad humor here. You know what the leading cause of truth decay is, right? Those
Truth
plaques.
decay?
Truth decay, what is
Truth
it?
decay.
Yeah,
is,
very
is
good.
those plaques.
Very
right?
good.
Hey, I go. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
It took me a second there. Okay,
see, it's an on the way homer. Yeah, you'll get it on the way home.
You got to workshop that. But I like it. I do like it.
I'm trying. Look, I feel like your audience. Please, your audience is smart. They'll like
That's
that
right.
one.
No,
Come on, that's
very
smart.
good.
No, I
That's
like it.
Punditry.
I love
This is the punditry.
That's right.
Oh man,
Hey.
you're unstoppable.
Get the dental floss.
I love that. I think that we
And
should.
you get a dad in his 50s, forget it, man. I got a million of these.
I think just so people understand what the plaques say. So, for example, the plaque beneath former President George W. Bush criticizes that he, quote, started wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, both of which should not have happened. And then under former President Bill Clinton's plaque, it reads, in 2016, President Clinton's wife, Hillary Clinton, lost the presidency to President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
Like these are really nice plaques, and they're underneath these portraits.
Yeah.
Who, again, in all seriousness, I want to know who paid for these.
Well,
I don't
minimum.
know. I mean,
we don't know.
We're gonna have to fact check
We
that.
don't know who pays for a lot of things. We don't know. Supposedly, the Pentagon is going to pay for the $1,700+ he said he's going to give to all these military people, but the Pentagon had no comment, so we don't know where the money's coming from there.
1776 to be precise.
1776. That's right.
That's right.
For the
$1,776.
Birthday of the country or whatever it is. But on another note, Chuck, there's panic in a lot of parts of the country because Congress chosen to extend the Obamacare subsidies.
Yeah.
So what now?
Well, I still think something's going to happen. You do have government funding is going to expire again in January. So I think that is a moment of truth. And you do have more Republicans, just because you only had 4 that had the guts to sign that discharge petition, they're taking one for the team, right? For another, I would put another 10 to 15, maybe even 20 House Republicans who would like to see these subsidies extended 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It's clear that I really believed that at some point Trump would flip-flop and just say, no, extend the subsidies a year and let's move on. I'm for this. Still attacking, this is terrible. We're going to work throughout the year to come up with a better plan, but in the meantime, people have to have health care. Instead, in his speech last night, and this is where he's just, he's like, well, we're just going to give the money directly to you. Well, where do people get health care? We have an insurance-based system. Even if you're on Medicare, you're on Medicare insurance. We're an insurance-based system. No matter what you do, it's going to the insurance companies. Look, I might use those talking points if I were in his position too. Hey, Democrats are just empowering the insurance companies. Yes, the entire system empowers the insurance companies. That's the system that apparently everybody has voted to keep in place. Democrats tried to get rid of the insurance system. The insurance companies, basically cost Democrats the House of Representatives and the Senate in 1994 when they went after insurance companies. So good luck doing that.
That's right.
So this is why they worked within the system that is, rather than the system that we wish we would have. But they have a huge problem on this. They got 2 big problems that I think are going to haunt Republicans in 26. One is the price of health care, and the other is the price of electricity. This is only going to get worse and tougher with what's happening with these data centers.
Right. I mean, premiums are going up for so many people in the new year. I mean, I don't know anyone who hasn't said that theirs is not going up.
Yeah, private health care,
private health care,
Blue Cross.
Oh, yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Everybody's going up.
Everything's going up. And then, in the latest NPR PBS News Marist poll, the top economic concern, 45% of people said prices. And that they said that where they live is not very affordable. And that's,
Right. And he's, he was trying to get at groceries and all of that. And it's like, okay, that might start to stabilize. Gas prices might stabilize, but your real problem is your electric bill. And it's the cost of sort of the mid-price things and up, right? The cost of replacing a dishwasher, the cost of trying to find a home, whether you're renting or buying. And it is those issues, I think, are ones they're just they're gonna, I guess he's gonna try to throw money at the problem, right? Try rebate checks of some sort, but I just don't know where they find the money for that. And I don't know how that doesn't become inflationary on its own as well.
I wish there were more tie-in between the cost of electricity and the cost of heat and the fact that he's quashing all the green energy that would make a difference in terms of that. We had a federal judge, Patty Saris, in Boston here, say he can't shut down all these wind farms that are that are in mid-construction. But that will be appealed and it will probably drag on forever. But, if we had more clean energy, it might help everybody else's prices. But he's done everything to make it worse, to me, not better.
I look, I don't disagree. I don't understand why we don't have an all of the above.
Exactly.
The Obama had it was, and in fact, it was a phrase that I thought Biden should have adopted, and he didn't, which is all of the above on energy. Keeps whether it's nuclear, wind. Right. You want to phase out coal, but you can't quite get rid of all of it right away. But, you do an all of the above because ultimately, here's what we do know. The public is sensitive on prices before anything else.
Right.
And I think you can make the case that, hey, if we do all of the above, we'll get more renewables in there. But the point of more renewables is to bring down the cost of electricity. We want to make all of this cheaper. And who knows, over time, the renewables may turn out to be better. But that to me is the easy messaging there, which I don't know why it's been difficult for both parties to grab it.
So, Chuck Todd, I want to ask you about the what's going to happen tomorrow when the Epstein documents come out, but I got to do a quick station ID, so you'll give me the answer afterwards. You are listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM. So, what are we going to get tomorrow on the Epstein of these Epstein documents? Redactions, nothing, something, a dribble, a drabble.
I have a feeling that it won't be definitive enough to change minds, but it'll be enough to reinforce everybody's belief already.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and here's the question, and I've asked this to plenty of people that know him, and it always comes back to one issue, which is, what is he afraid of? What is he afraid of with Ghislaine Maxwell? What is going on there? Just that specifically. And it always comes back to the origin story of Trump and Melania. That's that's all you hear. It's like that ultimately, because none of it makes any sense.
Hold on.
I haven't heard that.
What is that? The origin
That's
story.
my point. I'm not getting into. I don't want to go any further.
Okay.
It's just that. It's just that whatever it is, that's the fear that he's she knows everything and whatever that means. And look, I don't want to go any further because I don't have any more receipts. I'm just telling you in my reporting, what is it that he just can, because here's the other way normally he would operate, which is, yeah, I kicked him out of my club. I thought the guy was a creep. And I think Ghislaine Maxwell ought to be in a Supermax. Like instead, he's afraid of her. She's behind bars. Why are you afraid of her? What are you afraid of? What is this? What is going on here? And here's the problem. I don't think any of these files are gonna give us that answer.
Wow, that's something to speculate about.
That is,
though.
I mean, it sounds like lots of people.
Look, I know I kind of feel, am I being irresponsible?
Yeah,
I'm just telling
no.
Everybody that knows him, any conversation I've had about this, what is this about? Nobody knows for sure, because frankly, there are a lot of people around him that are like, what are you doing? Just do what you normally do and just attack her. It's this weird thing. He normally wouldn't have any problem of just going, oh yeah, but Hillary, or oh yeah, what? And it's he's afraid of her for something. What is it?
I love this. This gives you speculation all through the Christmas holidays until you return in January. Well,
if you want to come to my house for holiday dinner, then I can tell you all the theories that I have heard from various people.
Yeah.
But that I'm not doing, because I feel like we all have to draw the line somewhere.
Okay. Well, Chuck Todd,
thank you.
Hope you have a wonderful holiday, wonderful New Year. Yes. We'll see you in the new year, and thank you very much.
Christina, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Todd.
Yeah, she'll tell you all about how to sleep better and your aging brain.
I'll tell you everything.
Let's try, right?
That's right.
Try
this. You can help you sleep better without help.
It's changed my life, honestly. It really has. Yes.
Thank you, Chuck. See you later.
Thanks, guys.
We've been speaking with political analyst Chuck Todd, host of the Chuck Toddcast, which you can find at thechucktoddcast.com or youtube.com/@thechucktoddcast. He's also the host of Sunday Night with Chuck Todd on the Newsphere platform. Chuck, thank you. And coming up after this quick break, we will open the phone and text lines for an economic check-in after the president's address last night. As healthcare premiums, the cost of natural gas, and more are going up, are you collecting coupons, selling organs? I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim Browdy with Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, it's radio on the rocks. We're literally going to shake and stir things up with cocktail guru Jonathan Pogash. He's back with recipes for seasonal sparklers, holiday highballs, and how you can skip the naughty and head straight for the nice with non-alcoholic alternatives. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you and the International Institute of New England, working to protect the safety, rights, and future of immigrant families in our communities. Learn more at iine.org. And Boston Ski and Tennis, helping families stay active and outdoors this winter, offering a range of winter sport products and services with locations in Newton and Westboro or online at bostonskiandtennis.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Christina Quinn is in for Jim Browdy. Try This. That's the name of the podcast.
That's right. Try This.
Try
This
This.
is the name
Washington
of my
Post.
podcast.
Try This. A great podcast. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. So as we mentioned with Chuck a few moments ago, President Trump addressed the nation last night from the newly gilded White House. A lot of gold gilt in that White House.
A lot of gold.
He was attempting to reclaim the narrative on the sour economic mood in 2025 America.
We're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast.
Not exactly accurate, but in any case, his speech was filled with a lot of other lies about his administration's accomplishment. But here's what we do know. Trump's economic approval rating is a new low, 36% according to the latest polling. And while inflation did ease slightly last month, the numbers are distorted because of the long government shutdown.
Right.
So Trump argued last night his plan for an American golden age is on the horizon after almost a year of defunding science research and humanitarian aid so he can arm the immigration forces, these agents to the teeth, putting tariffs on just about every country in the world, killing people extrajudiciously on the supposed drug boats, on and on and on. So here's our question. We touched on it with Chuck. Did you buy what the president's selling? He did look extraordinarily ticked off and kind of angry and manic almost.
There was an aggressive energy.
Yeah,
yes.
An aggressive energy. To describe what you're seeing in December of 2025 with grocery store prices still high, healthcare costs about to skyrocket, whether you're on Obamacare or on private insurance, tariffs more. Trump says we're about to enter a golden age. Maybe that's for billionaires. They're going to do very well with under the so-called beautiful bill. But what are you feeling? Call or text 877-301-8970. Yeah, Jamie Raskin last night, I saw him on television talking about this was a manic episode, according to Trump. Trump was doing the teleprompter. He was supposed to be limited to like 15 minutes for the network, so it seemed like he was racing through this whole thing.
Yes, he was speaking sort of uncharacteristically fast.
Yeah, did not go off, did not do one of his sides. He usually extemporaneously goes off. He didn't do any of that. He's better, actually, I think, when he does that, when he does kind of do these extemporaneous riffs. But
right, a little bit more,
last night was odd. He looked ticked off. He looked manic.
Yeah, I think
Adderall, maybe, I don't know.
He did appear to be sort of angry. And I think a lot of other people may be angry because we want to know how you guys are doing. Are you feeling the crunch? Are you feeling the financial squeeze? If you are, we want to hear from you. Give us a call at 877-301-8970.
Yeah, what'd you think? You thought he looked manic and crazy.
I thought he looked mad. I think he came across as very defensive. He seemed defensive, like he was almost defending why. Sort of, it seemed like it's like, why are you guys not happy with the way things are going? That's sort of the takeaway. That's how I felt watching it. And, then started getting into these numbers that, as we know, they were not accurate. I, for example, have not seen any gas available for under $2.50 a gallon. I would love to. I would really enjoy that.
I guess there's like 75 gas stations somewhere out in the middle of the country where the gas prices are really low, but that was an exaggeration. You can't lower prescription prices 400% because then we'd be paying to pay the insurance prices. I got to do this quick segment cutaway here.
Yeah.
You are listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM. It was full of lies. He lied about he lied about the state of the economy. He lied about how many people came over the border under Biden's administration. It was just full of lies, but that isn't anything new for him. 877-301-8970. Jane in Concord, what do you think, Jane?
Hi.
Hi, Jane.
I think that he might have been inspired by Christmas and he was reading his letter to Santa or something about what he wanted to be true because he was just going on. And he probably rested his voice yesterday because lately he's been sounding a lot more feeble than he did when he was reading that list.
Yeah.
And I also think that when he talks about the economy, both times when he got elected, the economy was actually improving, and he's managed to do something that would screw it up. But my comment that I mentioned to your screener was he didn't really talk about health care, and I think that what Jim said about he had to have a Kennedy in his cabinet, we're going to have measles outbreaks, and this idea about taking away the hepatitis B vaccine for newborns who can get sick as soon as they're born from a caregiver.
Yeah.
His craziness about vaccines is really going to come back and bite him, I think, on his proverbial whatever.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are very concerned about RFK Jr. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks for giving us a call,
Jane. Yeah, and you're worried that people are going to take his advice.
Yeah, and just get sicker. We have somebody on YouTube watching on YouTube at Back 3 wrote, "Yep, everything is just hunky dory ... for billionaires."
Somebody else says if drug prices go down 600%, I still won't vote for him. You know, it is funny. It was obviously on the teleprompter. So why would you put that on the teleprompter? I've lowered drug prices 400 to 600%. That would mean they didn't cost anything.
Right. I mean, that's mathematically impossible, right? And so I think, but because I think one of his signature characteristics is to embellish and exaggerate to make his point. And that is a perfect example of that. We have, let's hear from Anne. Anne, hello, Anne.
Hi, Anne.
Hi, how are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm just sick and tired of waking up depressed and angry day after day. That speech of his last night, to your point, it's just lies. It's all lies. And we all know it.
Yeah. Well, some people don't know it because I think some people are sticking with him whether he lies or doesn't. But I'm with you. I think it's very true. I think a lot of people are really despondent about the whole thing. That's why we're not going to talk about Trump all day long.
We're not going to do this all day long, but we do want to know how you guys are sort of dealing with the rising cost of everything. If we would love to know if you guys are cutting coupons, if you will. Give us a call. 877-301-8970.
Deposit of natural gas is discovered off the coast of Gaza. Palestinians start to imagine the energy security that could mean for them.
It's going to be cheaper than the electricity they buy from Israel. It'll be cheaper from what they get from Egypt. And it would make sense.
But 25 years later, energy and electricity in Gaza are as fragile as ever. That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Boston Ballet, presenting The Nutcracker. This holiday tradition mesmerizes audiences of all ages with beloved characters and Tchaikovsky's memorable score. On stage now through December 28th. Official tickets at bostonballet.org. And the Massachusetts Health Connector for Business. Premium value plans can help small business owners find and offer accessible employee health benefits. Learn more at mahealthconnector.org/business.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Christina Quinn is in for Jim Brady. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Andrea Cabral and Juliette Kayyem are hosting together for Jim and me at the Boston Public Library tomorrow. So lots of people have pointed out that last night Donald Trump did what Joe Biden got criticized for constantly when people are struggling. They can't pay the bills, they can't pay the rent, they can't pay the child care, on. Talking about, we have low unemployment, even though right now we don't. Mm-hmm. But, not empathizing, not getting the mood of the country.
Right, and read the room.
Exactly. And Trump did that last night, and J.D. Vance is following suit. We have a little sound last week from Politico's Dasha Burns, sat down with Trump, who graded the economy at A++++, and at an economic event on Tuesday in Allentown, Pennsylvania, Vice President J.D. Vance also graded the economy with all those A's. Here it is.
I wonder what grade you would give your economy. A+.
Yeah, A++++++.
What grade would you give the economy today?
A+++.
You know, it's incredible because so many people pointed out that Biden did this and how annoying it was to people and why they're doing this again when he obviously has this slate of advisors around him. He's just doing the same thing.
I don't know, but I remember, I mean, I never got an A+++, and I did a lot of extra credit in elementary school. And so, like, you know, if I could get an A++, maybe.
That's right.
Still.
We were just talking about our taking Latin in school.
Oh, man, I love Latin.
Yeah, love Latin. There you go. We slide through all that
Marjorie
Latin.
and I, we're going to start declining things soon, guys. Conjugating verbs.
Gricolae.
Let's do it. Throw down.
Yeah. But anyway, you wonder why he is doing this. Dan in Beverly, thank you for calling.
Hey, I don't have really anything super eloquent to say.
That's okay.
For the fact that
Neither do we.
I just don't remember there ever being a time where I feel like everyone had, well, unless you're supporting what's happening, everyone having to put a smile on their face or pretend they're okay or like ignore things to be okay. It's like everyone is dealing with something. Yesterday I was talking to someone whose, family member has to carry around their papers at the moment so they don't get taken by ICE. Talking to another friend whose insurance is going to go up by double. I was talking to, and then if you have kids, you're constantly, you're constantly, concerned about just explaining all of these terrible things to them in ways. It's just, there's kind of like a nonstop everyone. And there's people who are dealing with much, much, much harder, more difficult things than I am. But I guess what I'm just saying is everyone is, unless you're just pretending or ignoring things.
Dan, that was very eloquent, great call,
actually. Yeah.
Dan, thank you very much. And by the way, you got a 12 and a 7-year-old.
Yeah, I have a 12 and 7-year-old. So
what do you do?
Yes, that resonates. Well, I go back and forth between freaking out behind the scenes and then being like, everything's great in front of the kids.
Yeah.
It's quite possible that my daughter might actually hear me right. She's like, I heard you at the school cafeteria the other day. But I think that's the thing is that I'd say this a lot, but I think that part of being a parent, especially these days, is sort of compartmentalizing and, not you don't want your kids to be worried. And so I think, but this is something that parents have been doing since the beginning of time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hiding your children from the news is something I did, but it's not so easy to do now because of social media.
Right.
And they can see these things. So I think it is very difficult.
But to Dan's point, though, I mean, we were talking about this poll that came out for the NPR PBS News Marist poll, and it said, many people are barely getting by. 7 in 10 people surveyed said their expenses either match or exceed their income every month, and it's far worse for non-whites and younger people.
Yeah.
And so, barely getting by every month.
Huge credit card debt and getting screwed by the credit card company. That's another thing. The person that could say, we're going to cap the interest on these credit cards. I mean, they went up a million years ago during the Carter years when there was massive inflation, like up to 20, I don't know, it was 20%, but it was close to 20%.
Right.
So the credit cards just went up and they never
stopped.
Came down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to get a low interest unless you go that 6 months, you change to another credit card. Chuck in Brighton, thank you for calling.
Hey, Chuck.
Hi. I got a lot to say, but I'll try and be as short-winded as possible. I'm really happy that Chuck Todd brought up that it's the cost of health care and the cost of electricity bills.
Yes.
Because both, for me, have doubled since last year. And, I got my electricity bill the other day. The delivery charge was, 25% more than the actual, usage charge, which is crazy. And, I saw a Washington Post article about where the data centers are located country, and there's none in Massachusetts, which kind of brings me to my next point about I think many of us feel that we can't look to the federal government to do anything at all, except make things worse. And there's always talk about how blue states like Massachusetts, New York, California, we're giving states instead of taking states, meaning we provide more money to the federal government.
Yep.
Let's say a state like Texas.
Right.
And so my question, or what I'm hoping, is that what I'm looking for is state leadership to step up and put in the regulations that can prevent things like the data centers, that can help support immigrant communities and prevent ICE at the best that we can, and help, supplement people who are struggling, to pay our health insurance bills, because we don't have a single payer tax system, so that's my point.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck, for that. We get calls all the time from people that have solar panels on their roofs.
Yeah.
And guess what their electricity bills are?
Don't they sometimes end up getting money back?
Yeah.
Yeah. They get money from the utility companies.
They're zero. And we're going to talk later on about National Grid is going to have increases here in Massachusetts. And one of the things we're paying for in those National Grid bills is more pipelines. We're building more pipelines at a time that fossil fuels are ruining the climate.
Right.
So if we were, it's not
a well-established fact.
If we didn't have our head in the sand if Trump didn't have his head in the sand about climate change, we would be doing something to ameliorate this. And instead we're going in the opposite direction. Anonymous texter says that they watched the speech for 5 minutes last night, then said, "Quiet, piggy," and turned it off. That was because Trump called the reporter, called a woman reporter, piggy, which was really disgusting. And then another texter says, yelling at the American public that things are great with a zillion lies while sounding panicked along the way was, in Trump's words, sad.
Sad. Exclamation point, exclamation point. We have Laura from Gloucester on the line. Hi, Laura.
Hi. Well, I have lived here probably more than half my life in the Northeast. And my biggest fear when Trump came on the scene was that his history of bankruptcies and how he treated his financial investments, my biggest fear would be that he would ruin our economy. And he is doing it. And I don't understand why people have supported him, given his track record of not paying his bills, not taking care of people that built his investments up.
Yeah. Laura, it's a great point. One of the things we talk about over and over again is people live in two different news bubbles, the fact-based news bubble and the make-stuff-up news bubble. And unfortunately, Dan Bongino, he's the number 2 guy at the FBI. He's decided he's going to leave now.
Right.
He had a podcast in which he told lie after lie after lie on this podcast.
Right.
And then he got caught because he went to the FBI. And the lies, for example, that there was this list of all these Epstein people.
Lots of conspiracy theories.
Yeah, lots of conspiracy theories. They're not true, but there are millions of Americans who believe them. We get texts from these people all the time. And there was a great podcast, I wish I could remember who did it, about somebody getting out of the Trump cult, so-called cult. And they got out of the cult because they began listening to fact-based news. If you are listening to Fox News or you're in the Joe Rogan has done kind of a turnaround on immigration with Trump. He seems to be seeing the light. But a lot of these very influential people that millions of people listening to are lying and conspiracy theorists. And unfortunately, Donald Trump has been a con man his whole life. He was a con man in New York City, didn't pay the people that worked for him then. He screwed his own charity. He's got a long history, but people heard him and believed him, and we are now paying the price.
Right. I think the what do you call it? Reality TV charisma. It certainly it had its pull. It definitely sort of helped propel his rise, and a lot of us fell for it. But thank you for that call. 877-301-8970 is the number. The Epstein files are supposedly coming out tomorrow, but as Heather from Medford says, perhaps he was distracting by giving a speech the night before. I don't know what he was doing. I don't even know why he did it at all. It was not well-timed, and it was not successful. Well, it's interesting you say, that it's not well-timed, because then today the numbers came out about sort of the inflation rate sort of ticking down a smidge, which would have been in his favor.
You should have waited a day.
That's right. You were like, you should have waited a day.
Yeah, it looks better today than it did yesterday. 877-301-8970. Donna in Framingham, thank you for calling.
Thank you, Donna.
Hi. What I'm about to say is with my tongue firmly planted in cheek, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to hone. So having said that, in terms of how much prescription drugs will come down, I'm 75. I'm in good health, but I take a few medications. And I'm actually quite happy because if my prescriptions go down 600%, I'm going to be paid to take my medication.
All right.
That's right.
There's an incentive.
Yeah, we hope he's right about that, Donna, for your sake. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the call. Aaron Hopkins says, how am I dealing with rising costs? Buying Powerball tickets and hoping for the best. Isn't Powerball like almost through the roof now, over $1 billion?
It's a bajillion.
Yeah.
We have an anonymous texter who actually is here talking about how, because we're, talking about the economy, right? And how this is also how we're all just sort of getting hit with all of these rising costs. And this person said that they recently purchased some Christmas gifts from an English football company. And this is something that they've done in the past. And only had to pay local taxes and shipping from the UK to the US. But this person did it again this year. And on top of the shipping, had to pay an additional $17 for essentially tariffs just to get stuff released from the shipper to the United States. And this person looked into it, said it's totally legit, and it's because of decisions that were made by the federal government in August of this year. So the cost of my gifts doubled to import them from England to the U.S.
Yeah, Trump said again last night that tariffs is his favorite word. As a matter of fact, here's some sound from him during the address last night he gave from the White House talking about tariffs. Here it is.
Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us.
Yeah, he loves tariffs, and he's made that clear. Many people in the United States have found the tariff situation hasn't worked out so well for them. It
hasn't really been favorable.
But he loves it. Woody, the UPS driver, says, I watched Drunk Grandpa last night. What a lunatic. How long is he going to blame Biden for everything?
Well, that's a valid question. I mean, he's been in office for almost a year now, and you can only really blame the previous administration for so long before it becomes, I think, tacky, really. And just so we can, I want to just make sure everyone knows that the estimated Powerball jackpot is currently $1.50 billion.
Oh,
so
well, there's the answer.
Yep.
Just buy a lot of Powerball tickets.
Just buy a lot of Powerball tickets, stocking stuffers.
Hope for the best.
Yeah.
Bob from Dallas. Hi, Bob from Dallas.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, good afternoon. How are y'all?
Great.
We're good. How are you? Thanks for calling.
Good. Hey, just driving along, listening to the wonderful comments, and thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I had the same question. What was the message that he was trying to deliver last night? And then I had the epiphany. It's an audition.
Yeah.
So when he's done with the presidency and he's out for his new primetime comedy routine.
It's yeah,
There's a good theory.
Yeah. There was somebody, I'm trying to remember which, there was like a late night host who said that that maybe he wants to do stand up. And I know that what you're saying is because last night's speech was not remotely funny. But to your point, though, there have been discussions about that, like, he really does love a crowd and loves campaigning. And I think that's really when he is living his best.
Yeah. So have you moved from Dallas, Bob, or are you just visiting?
Working up here for a few weeks.
Yeah.
So, big fan of NPR and public radio.
Oh, good.
Oh, happy to hear it.
Go-to first thing I do in the rental car is find the station and pop her on.
Well, thank you. But isn't it like really warm in Dallas? Isn't it like at least 60 degrees in Dallas now?
I haven't checked in with the wife, but but today is the warmest day I've had.
I know. I was going to say, thanks for bringing the warm weather. I think it's going to get warmer
today
tomorrow.
It's been warm. Bob, thank you very much for your support of NPR, and thank you very much for tuning in to us. We really appreciate it. And it's 65 degrees in Dallas today. How warm is it here? Is it in the 40s
It's going to be, I think, around 50.
It is?
Close to 50 today.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
There you go.
Oh, we have we have Mike on the road who sent us a text. And he said, I've been living in my van for over a year with my dog. I can barely afford to eat. I'd be absolutely screwed without VA health care. I don't know what world the president is living in. Mike, I'm really sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry to hear that, too. That is really tough. That is really tough. I hope you got something going on for over the holidays. But thank you for that text message. 877-301-8970 is the number. We got a few more minutes to talk about this. The president gave a speech last night and was kind of blaming everything on Joe Biden and talking about how things were pretty good, and if they weren't pretty good, they're going to be very good in the year, and saying a lot of crazy things about Social Security taxes, which were very, very misleading. Very few people are going to get those Social Security security taxes, and even in the tip thing, it's not going to work out the way people said, saying he's going to lower prescription drug prices, this ridiculous amount, which is not going to happen, lying about the inflation rate when he came into office, saying it was the worst in history under Joe Biden, which wasn't true. It was a whole series of, talking about how he put all these violent these felons in prison and going after drugs. And, he released one of the biggest drug czars ever, the former president of Honduras.
Right.
And he pardoned, more than 1,000 violent people that were down in the Capitol. So it's just kind of like
a shameless contradiction.
Yeah, kind of, and he lies about the 8 wars. He keeps lying about the 8 wars. He says he stopped, and that's not true either. But it didn't really lift people's spirits. Kat from Brockton, thank you for calling.
Hey, Kat.
Hi, Marjorie. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I'm so excited to be on. So you're like me, and you love the hot gossip.
I do.
I am calling about the connection that Trump was going to be worried about that was going to be released. I follow Michael Wolff, and he's a journalist that was going to be or is currently being sued by Melania.
Yeah, he wrote a couple of books about them.
His book, he had to take out of his book that because Melania was a model, she was actually Epstein's girlfriend first.
Oh.
And that is the girlfriend that Trump was given to via Epstein. That's what I heard. So if you want to follow that,
that's hot.
That's pretty.
That's very hot.
Yeah.
Juicy goss.
Okay. Okay. We have to make sure we're not breaking any rules here. But okay, we'll say alleged. Kat, thank you very, very much. I want to say you're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Did I do it too soon? No, I think I did it okay. All right, wait. I have to do these cutaways today. I'm discombobulated because Jim usually does the cutaways. Okay, here's a text from Andrew. I'm 33, live in North Attleboro. Most of my life I've been scraping by, working many different jobs, never finding one that's both fulfilling and paid enough to build real stability. There's a serious gap in our economy, no clear path forward for people like me. At the same time, there's still an expectation, especially as a man, that I should be able to provide a home, security, and a good life for my partner, which feels increasingly unrealistic. That is a great text. I think Andrew is very, very typical. Who's that guy, Galloway, that's written this whole book? He's all over the internet now. He does he's written a book about young men and feeling really emasculated because so many young men cannot afford to support a family. And, these days everybody's working, but still I think it's a real big issue, this sense you'll never be able to own a home.
Right. And there is always, I think there's that longstanding expectation sort of for so long, the man of the household provided and he was the primary breadwinner, but things have changed drastically, and the cost of living has risen meteorically. And we have, even with like dual income households, people are still struggling.
Yeah, I've heard this a lot from people that are in their 30s or sometimes even in their 20s that they just can't afford anything. Is it Galloway? Can somebody check that for me? The guy that's written the book about young men. It's really a big, huge, popular book on the internet, and the guy does all these podcasts as well, which are really good, talking about this exact subject. Bill in Newton, thank you for calling.
Hi, Bill.
How you doing?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call. I just had a question. I know on immigration, not that I agree with all of what Trump has done.
He's closed the border. You got to give him credit for that. He has closed the border. So he's done that.
What does it cost? I know Mayor Wu won't give that information, or will the governor, of what it costs the Massachusetts taxpayer overall to have all these people come into this state and to get housing, because we know housing's not cheap. So why won't they give the number if it's not a big number or if it's something that benefits us?
I think we do know it's billions. I think, and maybe somebody can double check that. Cost Massachusetts a fortune when the busloads of people were coming up from Texas and other places. It was a lot. I think it is out there, Bill. I think the governor has given that number more than Mayor Wu. Okay.
Past $1 billion.
Past $1 billion. So we do know it was a lot of money. But those people are generally gone now. I mean, I think the thing that's driving everybody crazy about immigration, we're almost out of time here, is that, close the border. That was the big issue.
Right.
It wasn't let's go after and arrest the nannies at the daycare center.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
We got to go.
All righty. If you guys, thanks for listening. Thanks for all of your calls and texts. Coming up, After the noon news on 89.7 GBH, former Massachusetts Secretary of Public Safety, Andrea Cabral. I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim Browdy. She's Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
You're listening to Boston Public Radio with Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. Just ahead, more smart conversation about what's going on in our community. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Science, where their fun for all ages seasonal exhibit, All Aboard, Trains at Science Park, is now open, featuring trains, interactives, and magic. Tickets at mos.org/engine. Filmed live at the GBH Fraser Performance Studio, celebrate the season with Bach from Sacred Works that evoke the wonder and reverence of the holidays. Don't miss Illuminate Bach, a holiday celebration, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Marjorie Egan. Ahead on hour number 2 of BPR is former Massachusetts Public Safety Secretary Andrea Cabral and Governor Healy calling on ICE to stop using Hanscom Field Airport to deport Massachusetts residents, and growing criticism of the FBI's investigation of the shooting at Brown University.
I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim, and talk education with the state's former Education Secretary, Paul Reville. He'll explain why many schools aren't teaching whole books anymore and how AI is making students dumber. All that plus a check-in with Gold Dust orphan Ryan Landry next on the second hour of BPR on 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Janine Herbst. President Trump has ordered a ban on all sanctioned oil tankers going to and from Venezuela, and the threat of a partial blockade marks an escalation in the Trump administration's pressure campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. NPR's Greg Myrie has more.
Now, a monitoring group, Tanker Trackers, said recently that around 30 of the 80 oil tankers in or near the waters of Venezuela were on this U.S. sanctions list. So those 30 could potentially be targets, while the others presumably would not be. And we saw an example of this just last week when the U.S. Coast Guard seized a fully loaded tanker that was on the list.
NPR's Greg Myrie reporting. The Trump administration says it will start taking steps to effectively end gender-affirming care for youth. Secretary of Health Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Dr. Mehmet Oz, the head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, outlined the Trump administration's proposed plans today to deny reimbursement funds for doctors and hospitals that provide the care for transgender young people under the age of 18. Meanwhile, the Department of Health and Human Services abruptly terminated 7 grants made to the American Academy of Pediatrics. NPR's Maria Godoy reports the group has been a frequent and vocal critic of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s changes to federal vaccine policy.
The canceled grants involved initiatives in multiple areas of child health, including reducing sudden infant death, early identification of autism, and prevention of fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. In a statement to NPR, Mark Del Monte, the CEO of AAP, said, quote, "The sudden withdrawal of these funds will directly impact and potentially harm infants, children, youth, and their families in communities across the United States." He said the American Academy of Pediatrics is exploring all available options, including legal recourse, to address the grant terminations. HHS did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Maria Godoy, NPR News.
The Labor Department says inflation in the U.S. cooled a bit last month. NPR's Scott Horsley has more.
Consumer prices in November were up 2.7% from a year ago. That's a smaller annual increase than in September, when inflation was clocked at 3%. The inflation reading for October was incomplete because furloughed federal workers were not able to do their usual price checks during the 6-week government shutdown. Analysts warn that also may have distorted the November reading. While the cost of some food items like eggs has come down in the last year, overall prices continue to climb. Electricity and natural gas prices are up sharply from a year ago, adding to winter heating bills. Persistent inflation has been a drag on President Trump's approval rating. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
And Wall Street is trading higher at this hour. You're listening to NPR News.
Good afternoon. From the GBH Radio Newsman Boston, I'm Henry Santoro. Aspiring foster parents in Massachusetts can no longer be rejected over their beliefs on gender and sexual orientation. The state's Department of Children and Families quietly scrubbed mentions of respecting gender and sexual orientation from its foster care regulations last week. The decision came as the state faced pressure from multiple lawsuits and a funding threat from the Trump administration. Attorney Johannes Wiedmann-Delfons is representing families who sued the state.
This lawsuit is going to continue until we're sure that, one, our clients aren't unfairly excluded from the foster care system, and two, Massachusetts respects religious liberty.
LGBTQ advocates say the state still has a responsibility to care for trans and queer children and to place those kids with supportive families. Police in towns bordering Rhode Island say there's no immediate safety threat in the area as an investigation continues into the deadly Brown University shooting over the weekend. In a letter to residents, North Attleboro Police Chief Richard McQuaid says the search has brought investigators into numerous communities, including Mass communities that are close to Providence. He says their presence is precautionary in nature, and he's urging residents to verify information they see on social media and avoid speculation that may interfere with the investigation. Nearby police departments are sharing a similar message, including Plainfield Police Chief. In sports, the Bruins host the Oilers at the Garden tonight. Thursday night football, the Rams at the Seahawks. We are at 47 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance with Snapshot, a personalized program that bases rates on safe driving habits, at Progressive.com. Not available in California or from all agents. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Marjorie Egan, that's me. Christina Quinn, who's here, is host of the Washington Post Try This podcast, which I love.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Please leave a review.
Okay. Well, I'll leave a review. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Juliet Kayyem and Andrea Cabral will be hosting for Jim and me tomorrow at the Boston Public Library. And speaking of Andrea Cabral, here she is via Zoom, the former sheriff of Suffolk County, the former Massachusetts Secretary of Public Safety. Hello, Andrea.
Hello, Andrea.
Hello, Marjorie, and hello, Christina. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I know. Christina's great. Christina changed my life with her How to Sleep Better podcast. Anyway, I've said that like 5 times now. I guess I could.
Hey, I love it.
That's right. So I'm anxious to know from the former sheriff here, terrible tragedy down at Brown University. 2 students killed, 9 others injured. They haven't found the shooter yet. Kash Patel has gotten some criticism for announcing there was a person of interest who turned out not to be a person of interest. But, the idea that, I don't know, is it this long? I mean, the guy had a mask on. He covered his whole face. He's not the first person who planned a shooting who was at large for quite some time. So how much blame should we be putting on law enforcement here, Andrea Cabral?
Well, my closest point of reference, as you know, Marjorie, is the marathon bombing. It's my point of reference because that involved a week-long manhunt. Some differences. Obviously, the people that we were looking for were standing in an enormous crowd of people.
Right.
But it was on a very public street, and much like the Brown University case, we relied very heavily on surveillance video. And it was actually video from our good neighbors and friends, the Lenox Hotel, that helped us enormously.
That's right.
in that case.
That's
Forgot about
right.
that. Yeah.
So I often say, I said then, and I often have said to people subsequently, that a manhunt like this starts with a wide open universe, and day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, law enforcement narrows it based on the information they have coming in. I think that the criticisms of Kash Patel are warranted because this isn't the only metric by which his performance is being measured as head of the FBI. He's got a very long history of being and showing repeatedly that he's completely unqualified and inappropriate for this job. But putting that aside and just talking about law enforcement and the investigation, it is not uncommon to have a person or persons of interest who turn out not to be the person that you're looking for, because again, you're narrowing the scope of your inquiry. I recall there was a young man who was running over by UMass Amherst. He was wearing no shirt. He wasn't wearing running gear. He had on regular pants or jeans. He was sweating heavily. He looked very much like the younger Tsarnaev. And of course, police were alerted to the presence of this guy and it turned out he was just a young guy who was running.
Right. Yeah.
Right. But he had the misfortune of looking very much like one of the people we were looking for. And he appeared to be in quite a hurry, which of course got the attention of law enforcement.
Sure.
Nothing terrible happened to him. It wasn't like he was arrested. They ascertained who he was pretty quickly. But that's not an unusual thing. The problem is that the longer you wait, and the fewer people who are involved, in this case, only one person appears to be involved in this. With the Tsarnaev brothers, there were both of them. Mm-hmm. And so it's harder for two people to get away because they both have connections to various people in their lives who may be likely to give tips and turn them in. The longer it takes you to do it, the harder it becomes to find the person if they are able to disappear. You don't know what kind of life this person led before this. This could have been someone who was living relatively off the grid to start with. So maybe some of the standard mechanisms for tracking people down may be less effective with this person. Engage in speculation. That apparently there's been far too much of that already.
How damaging do you think it was that 18 hours had passed with the person of interest who turned out not to be the person that they had hoped it was going to be? I mean, how much do we lose? A lot in that time period?
You do. You lose every hour.
Yeah.
You lose a lot because you don't know what you're dealing with. And the point at which you ask for the public's help, which is the point at which you release video or just make the ask, people want to be helpful. People don't want to think that maybe they saw something and they didn't say anything. So you do end up multiplying exponentially the leads that you have to track down, which also takes time. Mm-hmm. In this case, it looks like they cleared the person through DNA evidence, which requires them to do the initial collection of evidence at the scene, get this person's DNA, and then test it. So yes, it definitely, the longer it takes, the more difficult investigations can become until and unless you get that one thing or those two or three things where you can connect the dots and pull it all together. And sometimes that happens very quickly, which is very fortunate, and other times it doesn't.
How do you feel about FBI Director Kash Patel's sort of live tweeting all of these things as they were unfolding, only to once again have to sort of backpedal and say, oops, wrong person?
Again, he shows himself repeatedly and seemingly at every opportunity, and he takes every opportunity to enhance his public presence. Every opportunity he has to prove that he is not the person for this job, he proves it. FBI directors historically and notoriously have been tight-lipped, sometimes to the frustration of the public. This is a guy who lives on social media because he considers himself to be a personality, not a public servant. Mm. Those are two very, very different things. And his rush to wanting to tell people that they had caught someone was a rush to take credit for something with which he had absolutely or virtually nothing to do with it, right?
We should point out here, we mentioned earlier the FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, formerly a podcaster, conspiracy theorist, is leaving the FBI, said in January, but that under the leadership of Patel and Bongino, that they've shifted resources from the kind of investigations white-collar crime FBI did in general to immigration enforcement. You got FBI agents involved with that, and that many seasoned veterans have left in disgust with who have years of experience in not just murder cases, but public corruption cases and national security cases. So you have to wonder what's going on in general at the FBI. It sounds pretty bleak under the leadership of both these people to the detriment of law enforcement.
Well, I have to believe that the FBI as an agency, the personnel, and these are the sort of the rank and file and even some of the supervisory personnel who are career public servants, have to be deeply, deeply demoralized. I mean, they've, in addition to the things you mentioned, they, on behalf of Trump, have gone on a tear firing FBI agents for cases that they worked on that Trump didn't like because the cases were about investigating him and his allies.
Yeah, the January the attempt to overthrow the election in January of 2020. Was it 2024? I forget now.
2020.
2020. Thank you.
Well, it's actually
firing agents for their political views. I mean, it's awful. And what they leave, Bongino leaves wreckage behind. He's also a personality, a Fox News personality, who was made deputy director of the FBI. I mean, the whole thing is just insane.
January 6, 2021, our crack staff, that was the day that the
right.
takeover.
January, right.
That's right.
But I actually, do you think the timing of Bongino's announcement is, I don't know, does it have anything to do possibly with the release of the Epstein files that are coming out tomorrow?
I think there's a lot of possibilities here. I think, making the person who engaged in wild, reckless, dangerous conspiracy theories as part of his podcast and regularly on Fox News ends up going to a law enforcement agency that at least historically has depended upon fact and investigation to come to conclusions. And everything he said when he was, Mr. Public Personality turned out not to be true. They were lies.
Yeah.
So if he wants to have a life after this, he better get out while the getting's good and go back to that life where he can be free about, engaging in fear-mongering and conspiracy theories. But there also seems to be some evidence that something about this, if not him personally, his personal life has suffered. He's now separated from his wife. And I guess he started talking about leaving 3 months after he got there.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately for us, he didn't. And he caused a lot of damage, and now he's leaving.
So Andrea Cabral, former sheriff of Suffolk County, Alan Jackson, people may know that name because he represented Karen Reed in in her murder trial involving John O'Keefe, the Boston police officer who died in a snowdrift in Canton. Now he's moving on. After he's had quite a career. He represented Kevin Spacey, the actor, when he was accused of I guess, sexually assaulting a 18 or 19-year-old, I believe, in some barroom somewhere. Harvey Weinstein, of course, who was accused of raping all these women, many of them actors. And now he's representing Nick
Reiner, yeah.
Yeah, Nick Reiner, the accused of murdering his parents. So this, what do you make of this?
Well, it seems as though, every decade we have attorneys who become very, very well known based on their clientele, like Mark Garagos, O.J. Simpson's attorneys. And, these cases are basically, he's a defense attorney. So that's how he's going to sort of build his practice and build his reputation. So I'm not overly surprised. He started out, I think, as a prosecutor. In
LA. He did. He prosecuted Phil Spector, in a murder trial that he went to jail.
Right, and so I think he came out here. He wasn't as well known here as he was in LA. I assume that on the West Coast, that people aren't overly surprised that he's taken this case. It'll be interesting when it does come out because it's inevitable. Whether or not, who solicited him to take the case, whether or not it was somebody in the family or someone else, that connection will be interesting. And he's got a very uphill battle. He's got a son who's accused of not just murdering his parents, but murdering parents who are known basically internationally.
Yeah.
And are beloved. And I think, there seems to be some evidence about him focusing even in these early stages on mental capacity. It might be a diminished capacity offense. I don't know. I'm not, and I don't want to speculate too rampantly. Mm-hmm. But that, building sympathy for your client is going to be important here. And I think he's already probably very much focused on that and showing sympathy for the family while not clearly admitting that his client might have been the one who did it.
Right. Well, let's maybe can we actually, I want to talk real quick about how in DC we've got the how the appeals court actually has allowed they're allowing the National Guard to remain in DC for now, and I would have to say about that, considering that there have been we lost a National Guard. There was a targeted attack on National Guard troops in November, and one person was killed, another was seriously injured. And so when the federal appeals court in DC says, we'll they can stay, they can remain, what do you have to say about that?
Well, there are a couple of things at work here. This is a decision from a 3-judge panel. 2 of the judges are Trump appointees. One is an Obama appointee, and she actually wrote the majority opinion for this decision. And they're essentially saying, while the case is pending, the National Guard troops can stay, because there are a number of these cases across the country where lower court judges have said Trump lacks the authority to do this, particularly over the objection of the sovereignty of that state and that state's leaders. DC is a little bit different because it is the District of Columbia. It is essentially run by the federal government, for lack of a better term. There are local elected officials and a form of local government, but DC is not a state. And these judges make the distinction in their opinion about the fact that the executive branch may have greater leeway in DC to do it. And on that basis and that basis alone, mm-hmm. they want the status quo to remain until the Supreme Court hears the full case. They make it very clear in the opinion that they are not deciding it on the merits, and there are a number of arguments on the merits that DC is making that are, I think, very, very strong arguments, which do say, even though it's not a state, he still doesn't have the right to do this. But those will be dealt with in a substantive way later on when the full case is heard. They're simply saying to upset the status quo also disrupts the lives of the National Guard troops that are already there, moves them out only maybe perhaps if the plaintiffs prevail, having to move them back in, or he decides to do that. So I think what they're doing is trying to cause the least amount of chaos in the interim.
Okay.
So, Andrea Cabral, the president has signed this executive order basically saying he wants to prohibit states from making laws regulating the artificial intelligence industry. During an interview with Bloomberg Technology, a little sound here, David Sachs, White House AI and crypto czar, is talking about the different state and federal AI rules and how Trump's executive order would counteract a bunch of regulations. Here's that sound.
And those regulations can be in contradiction with each other. So even Democrat governors are realizing this is a problem, and if they all run in different directions, then we're going to end up with a patchwork or a mishmash of regulations that are impossible for companies to comply with. What the president is calling for here is just common sense. We want to get to a single national framework of compliance as opposed to 50 states running in different directions.
I get it, the national framework as opposed to 50 states, but I'm not the president seems to be averse to regulating AI much at all, which is scary, at least to me. What do you think, Andrea?
Well, we have to always, their starting point is always that he is transactional only, and only transactions that benefit him. He's got the guy that he's got, this David Sack that he's got next to him during all of these pronouncements and signing of executive orders, is a crypto czar. Trump has interests in crypto, and that's part of what he's trying to protect. And he's also protecting the tech industry, which gives him money. And that's what he's primarily interested in. Talk about let's start with the executive orders, and I'll try to be really quick because I know we don't have a lot of time. He has signed 221 executive orders
it's amazing.
just in the beginning of his second term.
It's amazing.
He signed he signed 220 in his first term. Obama, Biden, and really, when you look at all of the other presidents that came before him, they signed executive orders at least 100 to 150 fewer, even the second-term presidents, than he has signed. Remember, Obama used to sign executive orders about fairly routine things, and Republicans would go absolutely insane saying that there was an overreach of the executive power and how dare he. Their hypocrisy here is staggering, and the silence from Congress is staggering. What I would say is he's also trying to get back at California, because California has made it very clear, even in advertisement, they want to have AI supremacy as a state. He hates Gavin Newsom. He hates California. It's a blue state. He wants to be able to preempt any law that they pass that benefits them or any other blue state. So this isn't because he has a deep understanding of how this can or should work. This is retribution and personal interest, and that is basically all that it ever is with him.
And
he doesn't have a sense of altruism or representing people because he doesn't feel those things for other people.
To be clear, California passed a law that requires the biggest AI models, and we're talking like ChatGPT and Google's Gemini, to test for safety and to make those results public. And that's exactly what he's just saying. He doesn't want to allow.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's exactly on target.
So the governor told ICE, that would be Governor Maura Healey, doesn't want ICE using Hanscom Field to deport Massachusetts residents. I guess there have been quite a few people taken to other places out of there. 114 ICE flights out of Hampton through November. What do you think?
I think she's absolutely right, and I don't know. I don't know the nuances. Hanscom is run by Massport, right?
Yes,
which is a quasi. I think we call it a quasi-public agency.
And a lot of people are upset about the private plane expansion. They don't want to expand it up there for more private planes because private planes, because they're so, for a lot of reasons, end up causing more pollution. And there's been a big environmental fight about that. I just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, and with the caveat that I don't know all of the nuances involved or the relative authorities involved. I mean, I'd actually like to see her sign an executive order prohibiting them from doing it and be willing to go to court to keep them from doing it. Now, that may run into problems with what you just pointed out, Margie, with the private planes landing there generally, if she seeks to just prohibit a federal agency from doing it. And I don't know where that would all fall out, but I think they're going to completely ignore her demand that they stop. She's going to have to do more than that. I think this is the starting point. And she's going to have to be more forceful, perhaps, in terms of going to court to get them to stop. But I think it's completely appropriate.
Andrea Cabral, one last thing about the, just to go back to where we started with Brown University, I was thinking about this morning, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino aside and identifying the wrong person of interest and all that. I mean, if you have someone that we've seen in these videos so far who's covered his face, who may or may not be disguising his body, maybe he put a pillow in his jacket to look heavier than he is. I don't know any of this. I'm just speculating. But you're thinking of I remember that when there was that horrible murder of the students at the college in Iowa, 4 students stabbed to death in the middle of the night. It took authorities a long time to find that guy. In the Charlie Kirk murder, we saw the full face of the assailant, and then his parents were able to identify them. But it does seem this one, because of all these reasons, is going to be tougher.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you said because of all these what?
Because of all the reasons. The guy's face was covered. We don't know what he really looks like. I mean, he's 5'8", I guess, but he may be heavy, he may not be heavy, and that the time has passed. This one could be tougher, is what I'm saying, in terms of time.
Yes, but here's the thing: law enforcement is never going to give up.
Yeah.
And they will ultimately find this person, no matter how long it takes. They will find this person. And there are people who know who this person is or recognize this person, perhaps who haven't come forward. It is just a matter of time. It's just that with a shooting like this, the level of anxiety is so high and the pressure is so great.
Right.
But I don't have any doubt in my mind that law enforcement will find this man.
Well, let's That's really heartening to hear. We've been speaking with Andrea Cabral, former sheriff of Suffolk County and former Massachusetts Secretary of Public Safety. Andrea, thank you. Coming up after this quick break, former Massachusetts Education Secretary Paul Reville is here. She is Marjorie Egan. I am Christina Quinn, in for Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
The weekend is coming with stories.
My family took an extreme camping trip. It was like Swiss Family Robinson meets Lord of the Flies.
Gardening.
I never worry about aphids on milkweed. Ladybugs eat aphids. You know, a lot of things do.
And DIY delights.
What are some of the environmental issues with lead paint?
I've got hundreds of pounds of lead on my house. Do I really want the painter to come down and blow it all over the neighborhood?
That's how we do weekends on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Boston Children's Museum, presenting their 10th annual winter experience, Snowmazing. Activities include a sock skating rink, a Northern Lights-inspired art installation, and a winter book nook. Tickets at bostonchildrensmuseum.org. And Direct Tire and Auto Service, offering a full range of services including brakes, shocks, diagnostics, and oil changes. Direct Tire and Auto Service, not just service, customer service. DirectTire.com.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Christina Quinn is in for Jim Browdy. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're joined now in Studio 3 by Paul Reville, former Massachusetts Education Secretary, former Secretary of Education for Massachusetts, and a professor at Harvard University's Graduate School of Education, where he also runs the Redesign Lab. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Marjorie. Hi, Christina.
Hello.
Thank you for coming in. I hope the tuna fish doesn't smell bad.
No, it's fine.
Okay. All right. So this was a really upsetting story from the New York Times about reading among children. Said kids hardly ever read entire books anymore, even in their English classes. What's going on?
What is going on?
Well, I mean, the article details, we know a lot about the social media and short attention spans and all the algorithms favoring that kind of thing. But the article was less about that and more about, the way schools have adapted to this shortening of attention spans in young people, by working with excerpts of books rather than books themselves. And so now schools are prescribing fewer and fewer books to be read over the course of the year because the feeling is students aren't reading them. One of the interesting things I found in that analysis was they didn't talk much about AI. And I think that's another factor, judging by my conversations with school people and with students, actually.
Well, tell us more about that.
Well, it's just the idea that you don't have to read a book anymore. You used to have Cliff Notes, but you had to go out and buy that and get it. And it in itself was a read 1 or 2 pages. And it comes up in, 5 or 10 seconds. And this is a shortcut to reading a book.
But I guess I'm not a teacher, but it seems to me you want to make the kids read the book so they have the concentration skills and the stick-with-it skills.
The analytical skills.
It's not a good idea for the United States of America if children aren't reading books anymore.
Totally. It's we're trying to develop the analytical skills that enable people to read a passage. For example, I remember I used to defend the MCAS in this way when people said teaching to the test. Because we had a question on MCAS that was, think of a novel that you've read recently, think of a secondary character in the novel, and then write an essay about why you think the author felt it was important to include that secondary character.
Well,
that's a great question.
Yeah, it's a great question.
I'd say, I don't know about you, but I'd be happy to have my child taught to that question because that isn't rote memorization.
Right.
It's something that requires thinking and analysis. And of course, you would have had to read the whole book to understand what the role of the secondary character was. That might not have come up in an AI analysis or something like that. So, we're getting away from this sort of deeper thinking, and we do so at our peril.
Well, Actually, to your point, though, I have a cousin who's a teacher. He teaches history, and he has actually moved to just having kids write their essays in class. Like all of the testing is done in class, pen and paper, no computers, because.
Well, I mean, absolutely. That's the way things have to go, Christina, I think. I mean, now, with the pervasiveness of AI, it's just impossible to, there's a lot of talk about detection systems and things of this nature, but they're all very primitive and unreliable.
Right.
And so it's out there, I mean, even at our level in graduate education, we know students are using it all the time, from everything from admissions essays to cover letters for jobs to essays that you assign outside of class. So they're really, but the adjustment required to move back to that world that I grew up in, of blue books and writing penmanship.
Books,
and who of us really among faculty want to read people's handwriting anymore?
Especially now, actually.
That's true. Yeah.
And so there's a lot of inertia right now.
Well, bring back the word processor, I guess.
And have everybody in a closed word processor. You'd have to have equipment in the classroom to do it.
Or we just go for pencils, pencils and paper, a little pencil sharpener. Well, we talk about this all the time. Jim and I, Christine, we get in arguments all the time because he, of course, is in the tank for the teachers' unions and everything they do is right.
Poor Jim, not here to defend himself.
But you get the sense that we are really slipping in the United States education. Now, the second story is talking about AI making us dumb, and you read the story from the Wall Street Journal and you say, yeah, it is.
Although his argument in that Wall Street Journal piece is there's a lot of sky is falling kind of mentality among many commentators about AI, and when you really get to it, if you use it properly, you could actually use it to make us smarter.
Oh, okay, well, that's good.
But a lot of the arguments along the way, he's citing all the commentators, providing reasonable evidence that in many respects. I remember an essay that was, I think, I can't remember, it was in the Times of the Globe recently, from a very high-performing student who was saying that, all the fun had gone out of the hard work of trying to be a top achiever. He used to have a cohort of friends that he worked with, and they'd all be, congregating around the deadlines and working hard to support one another and commiserate about having to hit the deadline.
Right.
But all the air has gone out of that.
It's about the struggle.
The whole struggle. But now people have read the books through AI. They've composed the essays early. There's no real pressure anymore. So it takes, it takes the energy out of it, and it takes the excitement out of trying to learn and achieve a high standard. And so, there are a lot of things that I think are taking us off the rails right now. But to your original point about where we are in achievement, I mean, there's no question the evidence is in. There's real slippage. I mean, we're in terms of reading.
Is this just us? Is this just the United States? I mean, are other countries in the same boat that we're in?
Yeah, other countries are seeing similar phenomena. I don't know.
The whole world's getting dumber.
We're getting dumber.
I mean, part of it's COVID. Part of it was COVID.
Right, the COVID slip.
COVID.
Yeah, COVID slide, rather.
And slippage there. But we had slippage going on before that. And these trends that we're talking about, if people aren't reading, well, it shouldn't surprise us that their language skills are diminished. If people have shorter attention spans, which has always been connected with developing intelligence, is the degree to which you can concentrate. If people have shorter shorter concentration spans, then they're likely not to do as well on things that require, concerted effort like testing, from which we measure whether that we're achieving at high levels.
Right. I mean, I have to say, I think that AI can be a useful tool if it's used responsibly, and we just need to figure out how to do that and teach students how to do that. I mean, it should be a part of curriculum, I think, moving forward. If we're going to just so readily and enthusiastically adopt and accept this technology, we should be able to figure out how to do it in a way that doesn't make us stupid.
And I honestly, we have always been laggards in the field of education in terms of adopting technology. The stories are legion of, teachers with computers with the advent of computers, which were in the back of the room and the boxes never got open because schools never made time to really train teachers in how to use a new tool in a different way. I was at a conference the other day that Harvard ran on neoliberalism, actually, after neoliberalism. But an MIT professor, there was a lot of talk about AI, of course, there, and an MIT professor got up and said, I have sort of universally found, and my colleagues have found, the most ardent critics of AI are people who've never used it.
Yeah.
Because if you use it, you can see, well, this is sort of a magical labor-saving device, if nothing else.
Well, it is for a lot of things.
Yeah.
For a lot of things. For quick things you have to write or emails.
But it's going to increase our productivity, and if we use that right, I mean, this was the Wall Street Journal point, that ought to make us smarter. If you keep moving forward, you're going to save time, so you've got more time to delve into the truly human functions of thinking and analyzing and expressing.
I mean, I think the critical thinking skills, I mean, that's something I do not want to outsource to AI.
Right.
I love bulleted lists. I love a good list. Sure.
Absolutely.
Give me some facts in a list.
too.
Right.
Yeah.
But leave the analytical thinking to me, you know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, you hate to see us slipping behind the rest of the world, but if the rest of the world is in the same boat, that makes me feel a little bit less
I think
bad.
so. But this is a big adaptation for our whole society. I mean, we don't know how to regulate it as a matter of government, action.
We're not going to regulate it. Donald Trump just said we can't regulate it or you get sued.
But every state's dealing with it. Every jurisdiction's dealing with it. We don't know how to deal with it. And we haven't figured it out in education yet. It's going to take us a while.
Do you use AI?
Well, I use it personally.
Mm-hmm.
I don't use it in class yet for anything. I'm aware of it, but if I'm thinking about a lecture I'm going to give, and I haven't read this particular literature in a few months or a year, I might say, what are the latest developments in this field that I ought to be aware of before I come and give a presentation on this?
Right.
If I'm putting together a PowerPoint on something and I want to integrate it in a different way than I do, or I'm contemplating, offering a different course. I'm thinking about doing a course on personalization next year. Well, I typed that into AI and said, how would you think about this? What would be the components that you'd use? Now, I don't have to take it, and some of the things are not interesting to me at all that come up.
Yeah.
But others gives me a framework, gives me a rough draft.
I agree in that I do like using it for organizational purposes. It does help sort of like, well, if I were to approach something this way, and then, and like you said, you can just completely disagree with it and be like, take that, robot. Take that.
Organizing what? What are you? Because you're a podcaster.
Yeah. So, for example, it's sort of like organizing.
Christina's got the great podcast. Try this.
Please
Washington
listen
Post.
and
Try
leave a
this.
review.
Yeah.
But it's just like organizing my thoughts or potential structure of where the discussion could go. It sort of just helps me do that rather than putting pen to paper and doing it. Because, but there is value in putting pen to paper, which I think has been researched and talked about more recently in terms of like, when you are actually writing with a physical pen on paper, you are doing something good for your brain, for your neural circuitry, right? Mm-hmm. Which is also, I mean, not to go off topic. However, if I'm in a time crunch, having that chat GPT
totally
will help.
Time.
Yeah.
It basically takes you to the second draft of something that may require 5 drafts.
Right.
But it's going to move you from just, okay, I'm thinking about a course on this topic to, okay, here's how somebody else would think about it. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to worry about plagiarizing this person because this is just a gather. This is like what you'd ask a graduate student to go out and gather all the research and literature on this particular topic. And it might take a month for her to do that. Mm. You can get this now in 20 seconds on AI.
We're talking to Paul Reville from Harvard's Graduate School of Education. So I think neighborhood schools in Boston would be life-changing. I think you might have people actually staying in Boston instead of leaving all the time if they could send their kid to the school that's a block or two down the street. Will Austin used to run a charter school.
I know him.
Yeah, you know
we grew
him.
up together.
You went to school
Isn't that
together.
funny?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
St. Gregory's Parish.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, he's a former teacher, former principal at a charter school in Boston. Actually, now he founded this Boston Schools Fund. And he wrote this piece in favor of neighborhood schools, and you seconded it in a letter to the Globe. So the argument has always been that you're going to get screwed in Boston because there's such a racial divide, even though the schools are now like, I think 75%. 85% kids of color.
Yeah.
So what is the argument?
Well, I mean, the basic argument is we have now in this choice system, which is a leftover artifact from the busing crisis, which happened, 50 years ago.
50 years ago, yeah.
And it's essentially a structured game of musical chairs with respect to finding quality education in Boston. And, savvy parents make their choices. Then you get a choice. You may or may not get your first choice. You may get your second choice. And we have this busing system that now forces Boston to spend more than than almost any jurisdiction on busing.
It's like,
I think in the
relative
country.
to its-
$190 million.
Some insane amount.
Oh, it's more than that.
$189 million.
Yeah, it's over 10% of the budget.
Huge.
Clogs the roads, clogs the air, puts kids on buses for long periods of time where it's just static, and it takes people out of neighborhoods. And at the same time, it's a system that also says to people who are home buyers or who have choice to either move in or move out, you aren't guaranteed a school in your neighborhood the way you are in Wellesley or some other suburban community. So you have that assurance. You could move in here and have to bus your child an hour to a school in a different neighborhood in the city. And it has nothing to do with race. It just has to do with, I want the security of knowing I can have a walk to school. In my neighborhood.
Not to mention that mom or dad who's late at school can have one of their friendly neighbors pick up their kid at school, which is life-changing, right?
And it builds a community because we have this in common in the neighborhood.
Right.
Now, having said all that, that's I think, a good logical argument for why we've stopped doing what we're doing and move in that direction. But it is really hard to go in that direction because our school system, we have other kind of building issues. We've got a lot of old 100-year-old buildings, and they're not distributed evenly across neighborhoods around the city. So it's got to be, to move from what we do to another system requires a mammoth effort over a long period of time. And that's part of what, the administration, the Wu administration and Mary Skipper are trying to do with the school closings is, number one, we got to right-size the district. And number two, we have to build the architecture to enable the restoration of a neighborhood school system.
Yeah, I just think it would be a life-changing thing. I mean, so many people you hear, they move out of Boston because of the school issue, and they would stay in Boston if there weren't this uncertainty about where you're going to go to school. And
we're just not competitive in that way,
No.
and we're losing the middle class, and therefore we're going to continue segregating lower income youngsters in the city school system by virtue of not having a competitive, school attendance.
There's that little Mozart school in Rosendale. It's so tiny. If I lived across the street from the Mozart school, I really want my little kid to go there because it's this tiny little school.
Well,
but you might wind up in a school in Hyde Park.
Yeah, right. I mean, I walked to school growing up. Did you walk to school?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I walked to school. Yeah, it was a 15-minute walk, but it was, it's a great way to start the day.
Westall, Bestall.
My school was public school, came home for lunch.
Oh, yeah. I had cousins. My older cousins had that. I was like, that's an amazing. I love that. Just go home for lunch, go back to school.
But it does build a huge neighborhood because then you make friends with all the people that are there. I think it's such a cohesive deal.
Which is why people, on the flip side, don't want their schools closed. Even when they're too small to really offer a high-quality education or it's a dilapidated building, they're still deeply connected to the school and they don't want to give it up. But on the other hand, for the system to be efficient and to make best use of taxpayer dollars and to provide the highest quality education they can with the money they have, they got to right-size the district.
Right. Yeah, it's not an easy. Well, it can't be solved quickly, but
no, it's political. It's a big political problem
it's
too.
Political.
But okay, now you're not here all the time, Christina, obviously, because Jim's usually here, and Jim and I fight about the teachers' unions all the time, and we talk about the MCAS all the time. I thought that was a terrible idea to get rid of the MCAS, the graduation requirement. But now we have a new proposed graduation framework. So tell us what the framework is, and if you think it's a good idea. And if it's going to take the place of the MCAS exam for graduation.
Well, first of all, I think I oppose the idea of eliminating the stakes because I think the stakes make Massachusetts diploma mean something and assure that students at the secondary level are actually going to try on the tests and work to perform at high levels so we can get a good reading diagnostically, who's doing well, who isn't doing well, who needs help. Who needs a pat on the back and what practices we need to imitate. But the voters have spoken, so they've said...
They've spoken. You and I lost, Paul.
Yeah.
It's an American tragedy.
They said high stakes are for tomatoes, not for students.
Oh, very good. And, I missed that one during the campaign. High stakes are for tomatoes.
Yeah. Well, it would have been a good line for Max Page, but I didn't give him that.
Max Page is the head of the Massachusetts Teachers Association.
But the proposed new framework, I mean, it's like threading a needle. It's very difficult to, part of the problem, part of the reason we had standards and a graduation requirement was to assure at a high minimum level that everyone had the skills and knowledge necessary to make a reasonably good transition to the next level of college or career.
Right.
And it wasn't super high in Massachusetts. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say 2/3 of our graduates in Massachusetts, which is supposed to have the highest graduation standard in the country, needed remedial work to go to community college in math. So it's not an unreasonably high standard.
Mm-hmm.
But the notion is that, what an A means in one community would get a D in another community.
Right.
And we have this widespread variability, and people lose out as a result of low expectations. Well, we did have testing before MCAS, but there were no stakes associated with it, and people just shrugged their shoulders and said, what do you expect? Kids in Wellesley are going to do great. Kids in Boston are going to do poorly, and you can't do anything about
Well, that complacency is problematic, and that sort of perpetuates the disconnect, that disparity.
Yeah. So, having said all that, you asked about the new framework, and the new framework's a start. I mean, I think the idea. I mean, I love the idea of projects. Completion projects at the end of the year, capstone projects in your senior year. I've always thought that was a good idea, but it's not a replacement for having a standard bar across the, that assures everybody has minimum skills. For example, I think of Olympic figure skating. And you've got mandatory exercises that you have to show and prove and get rated on. Mm-hmm. But the culminating performance is a major figure skating moment in which you put all of it together and turn it into something artistic. That's your capstone project. So, it seems to me there's room for both. I'd love to see... the idea that we can accomplish a uniform standard with course requirements is just fallacious, because the same problem will apply to the standard in the course that applies to the grading, is that we'll have courses that are very different. What satisfies as showing competency in Algebra 1 over here would cause you to fail over here.
Yeah.
And so, you've got to have something that indicates you've actually achieved the competency. So I like the idea of the end of course tests. In other words, the state specifies a course and maybe some factors that ought to be included in the course, but you have to show that you prove them. Now, the opposition's argument to that is, well, we already voted against the test. Well, we only actually voted against MCAS.
The MCAS,
it's a
right.
single kind of a test.
We could have another new test.
Yeah. And we can have another way of, it was a referendum on a way of measuring progress,
right,
and holding people accountable, but it doesn't generalize. So this is a specific proposal to have this coupled with projects, and there were other good ideas in this framework too. For example, that you need to have a plan. I was listening to Rahm Emanuel that the Mass Business Alliance brought into town virtually the other day, and he was talking about how Chicago imposed a requirement that everybody had to have a college enrollment letter or a job letter that indicate before they graduate, they have to have a plan that they're going somewhere. So this idea of having a plan, I think, is really important. So I think there are a lot of good ideas contained in that commission did better than, frankly, I expected it to do, given the breadth of membership on the commission. But it's only a start, and there'll be a lot of political action.
No, I think it sounds like we're in good shape. Kids can't read. We can't get through a whole book in a year. There's no graduation
and then
standards.
just
and
let
then
it go.
We need remedial math to go to community college. It's good. We're out of time, though, Paul. You have to solve everything next time you come back.
Well, we made an attempt today, but that's chapter 1.
Things are going well.
We've been speaking with Paul Reville, former Secretary of Education for Massachusetts and a professor at Harvard University's Graduate School of Education, where he also leads the Ed Redesign Lab. Paul, thank you.
Good to be with you, bro.
Coming up after this quick break, Gold Dust orphan Ryan Landry is here. I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim Browdy. She's Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Starting January 1st, millions of Americans will see their monthly premiums on their Affordable Care Act plans skyrocket. Some Americans are jumping off their insurance plans ahead of time.
Went yesterday to pick up her 3 prescriptions for the first time without insurance, and it was $184.
Finding ways to pay for health care on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com. And Silograms, a Massachusetts-based maker of custom silicone products, from monogrammed ice cube trays to personalized wine stoppers and pet products. Their line of holiday gift options is available online at silograms.com.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Christina Quinn is in for Jim Browdy. He's got the day off. We are joined now by painter, playwright, 2015 winner of the Elliot Norton Award for Sustained Excellence in Theater, and canned tomato influencer, Ryan Landry. Also, you know him as the founder of the Gold Dust Orphans Theatrical Company. The last iteration of his annual not kid-friendly holiday show is a spin on the classic Tweenie. Not Tweenie.
Sweeney Claus.
Not Tweenie
Not
Sod.
for tweens. This is not for tweens, this
not
show.
Tweenie Sod. It is Sweeney Todd.
Tweenie socks.
That's right.
Teeny socks.
Teeny socks. Because the whole cast are chickens, and they wear very small socks.
I bet they're so cute, though.
They're
those
cute
little-
chickens.
Okay. But the name of this whole enterprise is Sweeney Claus, the Demon Father of Sleet Street. There are still a few tickets left, not many, but if you want to go to golddustorphans.org.
No, the Gold Dust Orphans.
The golddustorphans.org. Okay, Ryan Landry, tell Christina all about your show.
Well, Christina's invited. She wants to come. I mean, there's only one seat left, and it's for you. Honey.
Thanks, Ryan.
If you feel
It
like
takes her 2.5 hours to get to Boston, so she's not coming.
oh, she ain't
She had to
coming.
leave at 4 o'clock this morning
No,
to get
we,
here on time.
we only have tickets actually available for Saturday at 4 and tomorrow night, Friday the 19th at 7:30, and that's
Wow.
everything else is sold out.
You are
Look at you.
That is very impressive.
Man of the hour.
know,
Every
honey.
hour.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
know.
Congratulations.
So
Thank
describe
you.
the festivities to someone who's not been there before. Why should they come and see Sweeney Todd?
Well, it's positively
Sweeney Claus,
filthy.
whatever.
It's filthy.
Filthy.
Filthy fun, and there's 175 costume changes.
Oh, wow.
And there's a cast of incredibly talented performers who are
Incredibly
also
talented.
quite goofy and funny.
Yeah.
And when you
love it.
see Marjorie slit Jim's throat with a shiv, she just got out of a women's prison.
Should we
right.
be given a spoiler alert here?
No,
or-
that's
it's okay.
that's only
all right.
the first 5 minutes.
It's only the first 5 minutes. Yeah, we're puppets. I get my vengeance on the stage.
Does,
Yes,
does
yes.
the puppet share her likeness? Do they look?
Oh, I think so. Well,
Absolutely.
I think the person who made the Marjorie puppet kind of overdid the teeth. The teeth will look a little like that actress from White Lotus, not Parker,
Oh,
but
no.
the other one, Amy.
Oh, yeah,
who's
with
so
the-
great.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I have had a lot of dental problems in my life.
I'm going to cut the teeth back before
good, thank
tonight.
you. Good, thank you. Oh,
Yeah.
good, thank you. So I was asking you before, your show gets over, what, like at 10 o'clock at night?
10:30.
10:30. So I've always wondered, people that are in showbiz like yourself, I mean, with the adrenaline, doesn't it keep you up to like 1:30 in the morning?
It does,
Yeah.
but thank God I'm an alcoholic. Because I hit those Negronis immediately after I get off the stage.
Do they have Negronis at the Lithuanian
Oh,
Hall?
they have every kind of liquor
Yeah,
you
they
could
could- there's a bar
possibly
there.
Oh, that's good to know.
You can
I
buy
was actually
cocktails.
over the weekend. I was at the Berkeley Performance Center to see John Waters. And speaking
I know
of
John, he's a friend of mine from Provincetown.
He's a lovely
great.
man, and he did the John Waters Christmas, but they do not serve alcohol at the Berkeley Performance Center, which I understand it's a hall mainly for students, right?
Yeah.
It's part of an educational institution. I understand that, but I did sort of miss.
Yeah, it's nice to have a cocktail.
having a little bit of a tipple.
I think drinking is very educational.
Very
I've
educational.
learned more drinking than I have sober. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, it's packed, so you can just have a nice seat in the front with your cocktail, and then go back at intermission and get one more.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's very good.
Well, we
So
might have one of your ex-cellmates bring a complimentary cocktail
That's
to your
right.
chair tonight.
That's
since
right.
you were the head gang leader
That's
of
right.
the prison that you just broke out of.
I got life in prison. I had to break out. It was no choice.
Wow,
There was
I'm
no
so
choice.
intrigued. So, okay,
Yeah. I murdered
this
somebody.
is clearly a parody of Sweeney Todd.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew in Westford, he's coming tonight. He wants to get a selfie with me and Jim at some point. We'll work this out, Andrew. You just come up and look for us.
$10.
Ryan's shows are fantastic. The last one in P-Town this summer, and it was hysterical. There you go.
Oh, thank you so much.
And if you guys are too busy for selfies, you can just have the puppets.
That's right.
The puppets
Though I don't think they're gonna be hounding these two.
I'm
when
sure,
they
that's what I'm
walk
saying.
in, it's like Angelina Jolie and Nathan Lane.
Ben Affleck?
I was making you Angelina Jolie. I was making Jim Nathan Lane.
Okay, I'll take that. Angelina Jolie, la la la.
Why not?
We've been speaking with poet, painter, and playwright Ryan Landry. The Gold Dust Orphans holiday show is Sweeney Claus, the demon father of Sleet Street. There are a few tickets left at thegolddustorphans.org. Ryan, thank you. And
thank you so much, Christina.
coming up after the 1 o'clock news, we will speak with Boston Globe Love Letters columnist Meredith Goldstein. I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim Browdy. She is Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Thank you to everyone who gave during our recent membership drive. If you missed your chance to make a contribution during the drive, you still can. It's easy to do online at gbhnews.org. That's gbhnews.org.
Support for GBH comes from you. And the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, presenting the luminous watercolors of Winslow Homer, together for the first time in a generation, of light and air. Winslow Homer in watercolor is on view now. More at mfa.org. And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, offering wellness care and support services to help seniors age in place, including a Compass Memory Support Neighborhood. concordpark.org/care.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Marjorie Egan. Ahead on the third hour of Boston Public Radio, it's Boston Globe Love Letters columnist Meredith Goldstein. She dishes out advice, including for a wife who banned her husband from contacting an old friend from childhood who happens to be a woman. Harriet Heinemann, is that you?
I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim Browdy. Then it's the only reason Marjorie never takes Thursday off. Am I the a-hole? This week's question: a family watches 24-hour marathons of A Christmas Story on TV. An adult child threatens to skip Christmas unless that unbearable tradition stops. Is this ultimatum too much, or should the parents accommodate? Weigh in next on the third hour of BPR on 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Janine Herbst. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. moved today to essentially ban gender-related care for minors, threatening to pull federal funding from any hospital that offers the treatments.
So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people. This is not medicine, it is malpractice.
Kennedy says the ban takes the form of two new proposed rules for Medicaid and Medicare. The first would prohibit doctors and hospitals from receiving federal Medicaid reimbursement for gender-affirming care for those under the age of 18. The second would block all Medicaid and Medicare funding for any services at hospitals that provide pediatric gender-affirming care. Nearly every hospital in the country takes Medicare and relies on it, so the rules would have a wide-ranging effect. Gender-affirming care for minors is already banned in 27 states. These rules, which would go into effect after a comment period, would make the care nearly impossible to get in all the other states. A federal judge in San Francisco has again blocked attempts to fire more federal workers. NPR's Andrea Hsu reports the order was issued in response to a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's layoffs.
In November, Congress passed and President Trump signed a continuing resolution to end the 43-day shutdown. That measure also prohibited federal agencies from initiating or carrying out any further layoffs through January 30th. Nevertheless, several federal employee unions told the court that civil servants at the Small Business Administration, the General Services Administration, and the State Department had gotten layoff notices. U.S. District Judge Susan Ilston ordered the Trump administration to rescind those notices and to halt previously planned layoffs at the Departments of Education and State. The Trump administration contends the layoffs in question were initiated long before the shutdown. Andrea Hsu, NPR News.
China has condemned the U.S. for selling more than $11 billion worth of advanced weapons to Taiwan. NPR's Anthony Kuhn has more.
The deal includes weapons such as tactical ballistic missiles, rocket artillery, and drones. The U.S. says they're not going to change the military balance of power, but will help Taiwan maintain a credible deterrent. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Guo Jiakun told a press briefing that the deal harms China's sovereignty and will push the Taiwan Strait closer to war. The U.S. attempt to aid Taiwan's independence with arms will only backfire, he added, and its attempt to use Taiwan to contain China will absolutely not succeed. President Trump says he plans to visit China next April. It's unclear whether the arms sale could affect that trip. Anthony Kuhn, NPR News, Seoul.
Wall Street's trading higher at this hour. You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
Good afternoon. From the GBH Radio Newsroom in Boston, I'm Henry Santoro. The deadline to buy insurance through the Massachusetts Health Connector to have coverage on January 1st is next week, but sticker shock is causing some residents to reconsider. New England Public Media's Jill Kaufman reports.
Health insurance is not a nice thing to have, it's a vital thing, says the State Health Connector's Executive Director, Audrey Gasteyer. She was in Springfield getting the word out there's help available to find a policy in order to meet the insurance enrollment deadline.
So we want to make sure people have coverage so they can stay healthy and not end up coming to the system later.
Gasteyer won't sugarcoat the reality. She says if Affordable Care Act subsidies disappear, there are buffers to help in Massachusetts, and some won't feel the difference. But others?
People right over about $62,000, $63,000 a year in income, and particularly people who are just shy of Medicare eligibility. Like a couple could see an increase of $10,000 or $20,000 a year.
The uninsured rate in Massachusetts right now is just 2%.
That's Jill Kaufman for Connecting the Commonwealth. The president of Portugal has expressed his profound sorrow for the death of MIT professor and internationally renowned nuclear physicist Nuno Loureiro, as investigators in Brookline continue to investigate the shooting at Loureiro's home on Monday night. According to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, the 47-year-old professor died at a Boston area hospital Tuesday morning. A native of Portugal, he was the director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. 48 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from ARM, committed to delivering innovative, advanced computing designed to enable worldwide companies to unleash the capabilities and experiences of AI. The future of AI is built on ARM. ARM.com. This is NPR.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Jim Braude has a day off. Christina Quinn, host of the Washington Post Try This podcast, it's a great podcast, is in for Jim. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Juliette Kayyem and Andrea Cabral will be hosting for me and Jim. We both have the pre-Christmas day off tomorrow. They'll be at the library. No tickets or RSVP needed. We are joined now, by the way. Hello again, Christina.
Hello, Marjorie.
Hello.
Happy to be here.
I'm very happy to have you here, actually. We're joined now by, people always joke that I really talk more on these shows when Jim's not here than I do for the entire year.
Well, I mean, who else is going to do it when he's not here, you know?
Okay, we're joined now on Zoom by Boston Globe Love Letters columnist Meredith Goldstein, who also hosts the great Love Letters podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Meredith, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You wrote a lovely tribute to the late Rob Reiner. Pecs and a cute butt is the headline.
Great headline.
Tell us what you said.
Well, I mean, I think we all, it was such a state of devastation and shock, especially, I mean, for everyone, but so many of us realize that we grew up with this person.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Who constructed the narrative of our lives. So my first thought was, we're going to talk about certain movies and we're going to talk about certain rules, and I hope we don't forget some of the ones that are most important to me as a love letters person. The American President being one of them, but also his acting role in Sleepless in Seattle, in which he says that what women want in dating is pecs and a cute butt. And whether or not that was true in 1997 or 5, whenever that movie came out, I remember being a teenager in a real movie theater watching that film in Columbia, Maryland, and really enjoying seeing grown adult men the age of my father talk about insecurities and have humor with each other and teach each other how to date, maybe, without knowing the best advice. But it was just such a meaningful performance, and that this is a person who played a best friend well because he was a best friend. So there are so many people who've written these gorgeous tributes to his work, and I just, wanted to say how much it was on my mind. And I think for so many people, When Harry Met Sally is the first thing that comes to mind. Yep. And for me, it's these sometimes smaller moments that I have loved.
Well, you said that. I mean, being vulnerable was something. It was one of his strengths as a filmmaker, was showing vulnerability as being a key part of any good romance movie, but also seeing the vulnerability in the male characters.
Yes, and humor, that we all know what a rom-com is, right? But that inherently to be in love is embarrassing and kind of funny. I mean, we have to show this incredibly naked part of our personalities, and he got that better than anyone. And when I think about him being paired with Nora Ephron for writing, or that reverse combination, I think he really got it. How, even in The Princess Bride, getting the joke of kissing books being gross and weird at any age, right? It was just very important to me, and we're gonna have these experiences anyway. So the humor is something I'll remember most, combined with that vulnerability.
Yeah. It was a really good piece about it, and I think a lot of us haven't seen The American President back in a 1995 movie. He did, and a lot of people have mentioned that. I missed that one. I got to go back and watch it.
I think for people who loved The West Wing, you will see pieces of that. I mean, there's a Sorkin quality to it, but I think in the way that some Aaron Sorkin material doesn't land with me as emotionally, even though it is so fun for me to watch. What Rob Reiner does with that lens is make it a romance where it's a romance. And I used to watch that movie and think, wouldn't it be so romantic if the president fell in love with me? And that was a pretty quaint time of my life. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Yes, indeed.
And Annette Bening as this incredibly strong woman character. No one gets reduced to a two-dimensional person. People have a lot of critiques about Sally and When Harry Met Sally, and what does it mean when we talk about high maintenance women. But Billy Crystal's character is also quite high maintenance in that film. So I think it's just, but I did want to point out The American President, because it may even be very soothing now to watch.
It's a great movie. It is a great movie. Yeah. So many formative films. So many of Rob Reiner's films were just sort of part of, I think, our collective cultural DNA, right? In terms of especially for, I think, a generation, where just from Princess Bride, American President, Stand By Me, which I actually didn't know that he had directed until this week. And I was just like, wow, how did I get this far not knowing that? And that was such an amazing film, is an amazing film.
Yeah. I think, and Sleepless in Seattle was another rom-com. I mean, I love, he was kind of king of the rom-coms, you could say, especially, would you say, when he was paired with Nora Ephron, who's a lot of her writing, especially Heartburn, about her real-life romance with Carl Bernstein, when Carl Bernstein was cheating on her when she was pregnant, giving birth in the hospital. He was out buying pearls for his...
Well, even now we've learned in so many of these beautiful tributes how the ending of When Harry Met Sally was altered by Rob Reiner meeting his wife. So yeah, I mean, this was news to me too, just about, he meets someone, falls in love, and decides, well, maybe this couple should stay together. And it's interesting when I think about all of these incredibly famous storytellers, whether it's in journalism or narrative features, you can see these glimpses of their lives, whether it's in Heartburn or in When Harry Met Sally, or perhaps even Stand By Me and Childhood. And so anyway, it's this is it's a devastating moment, and also we've all bonded over these cultural pieces that make us who we are.
Yeah. Well, the way the original ending for When Harry Met Sally, they weren't going to end up together, right?
Which, yes, and as a relationship writer, I can say I can make a case for them not being together. This is a complicated thing when you watch as an adult and you say,
"Are you sure?"
Right? Are you sure? But I mean, that movie, my favorite plot line is Carrie Fisher's in that film. So I will always treasure, that couple.
Yes. Oh, and she's supposed to be paired with Billy Crystal and winds up with the other guy when they go out to dinner.
Yes.
I want happy endings for my rom-coms, though.
His horrible coffee table. I do too.
I want happy ever after.
His wagon wheel coffee table.
Wagon wheel coffee table.
Yeah, people that haven't seen it should rush out and see it right away. It's a great movie. And it's got a lot of Christmassy stuff because the penultimate scene is New Year's Eve, right? So,
and from my memory, there's an incredibly iconic image of Meg Ryan pulling a Christmas tree alone down a street.
That's
I think about that a lot of like how if you are a single woman who wants that tree in your house, you just pull it down the road.
Do it yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Speaking of trees, love letters, columnist Meredith Goldstein, mixed couples, that are one's Jewish or one's not Christian or one's
multi-faith couples.
Multi-faith couples. Yeah. Everybody I know, and I know so many multi-faith couples. Mm-hmm. Everybody has a Christmas tree, whether they're Jewish or not. Sometimes they're both Jewish and they both have a Christmas tree anyway.
I mean, it's greenery,
It's greenery, but it's an issue. You wrote about this.
So I think what I really wanted to write about this was because I have not really gotten it. You're right. Everybody pretty much has a Christmas tree. I come from a family of Goldsteins who like Christmas decor. My sister keeps a tree up sometimes till March because she loves the twinkling lights. And I just thought, but I've had some Jewish friends say to me, this doesn't bother you? Like when you're in a couple and you're sort of overtaken by Christmas. And I was like, no, it's never bothered me. And I started to think about how, because of my last name and maybe for other reasons too, I get to be Jewish sometimes even before I walk in the door. I was raised secularly. I am a pretty ignorant Jewish person, and somebody asked me to teach them the dreidel the other day, and I thought, do I lie and fake it, or do I? I didn't go to Hebrew school, and I don't know a ton. But I'm very culturally, and it's a part of my DNA, right? But I thought because I can so easily be Jewish in a room, some of the people I know who have more of an issue with this within their coupledom, in their couple spaces, is because they are not that way. Mm-hmm. They are not perceived by the world. They might not have a traditionally Jewish last name. They feel overtaken in a room. So I wanted to write a little bit about that because I thought maybe I'm not threatened by Christmas because no one is trying to take away my Jewish identity in a way that people might not maliciously be doing for other people, but it was really my almost like I hear you, I get you, I can understand why a Christmas tree feels like maybe more meaningful in a negative way than it does for me, which is like I can have 18 Christmas trees and I'm a Goldstein regardless, and I'm that Jewish woman who really likes a Christmas tree. So I just think for me it was a lesson in being more sensitive to how different traditions can make you feel.
Right. I think it's fair to say though that the Christmas tree's roots are pagan. Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, that's something that I think we all need to remember. Like this,
that's a good point.
There was no Christmas tree next to the manger.
That's right.
There was no. There were palm trees, maybe on the backdrop. So, I have to double check that, but I'm just guessing because it's in a much warmer climate, Bethlehem.
Right.
So,
olive trees.
Yeah, maybe olive trees. There you go. Maybe some fig trees. But yeah, the Christmas tree was a much later development, and I know that it's sort of it's equated with Christmas, but. It's a tree.
It's just a treat, and I do also, I want to have some empathy for people who feel differently, and I will say also this is a different experience if you have kids in a multi-faith household.
Sure.
I don't have any kids. Like I'm not teaching anybody about anything or sharing I'm just like having an eggnog and also a latke and also like I'm doing it all. Any way to celebrate, I'll do that thing too. So.
So, Meredith Goldstein, you did something, a love story, an immigration love story, a sad immigration love story that I think Christine and I,
on your Love Letters
we were
podcast.
both like in tears listening to this one. We're going to play you a little sound. The tough part was this child, particularly the older child, missing his father. Here's a clip from this Love Letters podcast episode with this local family in their separation.
Okay, baby, just relax, okay? Because you didn't do anything, so relax. You don't have any problems or anything. Dad? I don't know why there's so many fucking cars. Like, guys, can you please tell me why are you taking him? Dad?
I should have introduced that better. I'm sorry.
But yeah, if you
she
want
was
to
watching. They were out the window. The little boy was out the window watching as the ICE agents took his father away.
Do you want to give us some more context there, Meredith?
Yeah. So, like everyone, I've been reading stories about immigration, stories about deportations, and even the most in-depth, empathetic stories it's hard to get a full grasp of what happens when you're in that family. And it's not just one person. It is a network that goes to businesses, that goes to children, that goes to the caregivers of the children. And as a love letters person, I think, like, it sounds silly, but it's not. But even a person... How do you date if you are not here legally and you are worried about the process that comes next? How do you invest in your community? So I think about this from all sides, and I went to our immigration reporters, specifically Julia McDonnell Nieto del Rio, who is following so many of these family stories, but also policy stories. She goes very macro and very micro, and I said, will you please come on the Love Letters podcast and let's talk about it. So we talked about everything from what is her work, because I think for some people, they cannot imagine what covering immigration looks like right now. But I also asked her to tell me a story about a couple that has stayed with her. And immediately she talked about Christina and Nexon. This is a couple from Milford who Nexon crossed into the U.S. illegally about 10 years ago, was immediately deported, and then immediately came back.
He's originally from Guatemala.
Originally from Guatemala. Christina's born here, and when they met, they fell in love, got married, had twin sons. So there we go, and then you build a life. So now 10 years later, with this new threat, because there have been many threats, but since 2025 really started, they thought this could happen, a detainment could happen, something could happen. They started to come up with family rules. Their worst nightmare happens in May. Nexon is arrested, brought to a federal facility in New Hampshire, and then the question is, if he's deported, does the family join him? Nexon himself had not been to Guatemala in 10 years. Christina had never been there.
Right.
Their children are born here and in schools here. Nexon had already started paperwork to be here legally that was pending. So the hope was that this had moved far along enough, but he did, he was deported in August. So Julia, through tape and through Julia's interview, she really explains, I keep saying beyond the headlines a little bit, but like, what does this look like? They are planning a move to Guatemala because there's nowhere else that they can be. But What does that look like?
I think that was one of the things that struck me in this podcast episode. And I think it struck a note with you too, is that how deeply devoted they were as a couple to keeping the family together. And I think that was something that sometimes that's a story that really gets lost in the headlines when we're talking about immigration and ICE. And this family has already made a lot of sacrifices, and now they're making another huge sacrifice and essentially relocating to Guatemala because that's what, like she said, it would be better for him to not be detained, to live as a free man in his home country than to sort of live in detainment here and with his future so uncertain.
Yeah. I mean, they're balancing the needs of their kids and themselves and their families, but also what Julia talks a lot about in the episode, and Julia says this a lot better than I do, is that when you hear them and spend time with them, they're like very obsessed with each other in love.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a romance here that goes beyond the practicalities. So they want to be together. And where can that happen?
Yeah, but again, you do think that these are American-born children. They're American citizens. She's lived here. They're going to have to leave everything behind.
Yeah.
You know, their family, their friends, their whole network to go to. And apparently the parents, he has grandparents there, but they're in some rural part of Guatemala. I mean, it's just, these are not the people that I think most of us anticipated were going to be targeted. You know, these are not the people.
Right, and they are not a threat.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you had another great episode on the Love Letters podcast that I found riveting straight out of the gate. Mia Moore. No, I'm sorry. That was the one we just discussed. Model behavior.
Oh, model behavior. I listen, I make all of my podcast episodes with Marjorie in mind. Every time I make one, I say,
that's right.
I say, is Marjorie going to find this interesting? Yes. Is she going to find this thoughtful? Is she going to find this entertaining?
My modeling career.
Well, this one, I was like, oh, I wonder what Marjorie will think, because this is about a woman who is navigating dating while being a model that I will say her material can be more risque. I've heard some people use the phrase fetish model. I don't know if I go where. One of the things she gets paid to do right now is pretend she's starting a car that stalls out. Apparently there's a very strong community of people who are interested in seeing women try to start a car and fail to do so.
It's like so bizarre.
But you know, it takes all kinds.
Sure.
Each to his own.
Each to his own, right, exactly. Like, you know, and I actually wound up doing a deep dive where men actually very thoughtfully were explaining online why this is interesting to them. They might have had a core memory of helping a woman years ago. Whatever. This woman, though.
But you said that it was comforting, that this particular genre of watching an attractive woman, perhaps like wearing heels, trying to start a car, and it just keeps stalling or it's not starting, that it's comforting, which I think that particular, that detail, that it's a comforting thing to watch is fascinating.
Because the part of that comfort is that they want to show up and assist.
Right.
They don't want her to not be able to get where she's going. They want to be the knight in shining armor who says, ma'am, may I fix your car? Right. So this is part of the fantasy.
The heroes.
Who rescues her.
So I wanted to do this podcast about her as a model because she has a lot of trouble dating, partly because some people are very into her modeling for the wrong reasons. Mm-hmm. Other people think, oh, you're very attractive, date me and then you'll quit because I don't want you doing that anymore.
Right.
Some people say they're not judgmental of the material, but it turns out that they are. And it reminded me, I had a letter months ago from someone whose significant other was on OnlyFans, which is a place where you can have a subscription for explicit content. And this person said, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. But what if my parents found out? What if my community found out? Right. So I think, you know, there's the specificity of this story, but I think it also speaks more broadly to, are we okay with our date or significant other's presence in the world, whether it be on an Instagram account, whether it be on TikTok? Like, you can love a person in person and then be ashamed or embarrassed by what they're doing. And from the other side, you don't want to be with somebody who is ashamed of your work, ashamed of how you present yourself. You want to be with someone who celebrates that. So I loved doing this episode because part of me learned all about modeling and about the types of modeling I didn't know existed, and the fact that some people will pay you to try to start a car.
I mean, that's something that I will keep I'm not going, I'll just keep thinking about that. Well, she said something interesting in that, in your interview with her, where she said, you know, she knew other models. There was one woman in particular who she's like, she got a boyfriend and then she stopped modeling. And I'm sorry, what's the woman's name? The one who was in
Jenna.
So Jenna, she's like, have you ever heard of anyone saying I'm quitting my job because I have a boyfriend? It was something to that effect. And it was just such a really great way of putting it. Part of her struggles is, part of the challenge of her dating life is that it sounds like insecurity is at the root of a lot of the problems. Like, some of these guys were just like, they didn't trust her going out on shoots with photographers or traveling with them. So it seemed like insecurity was often at the root of some of these dating woes.
Yeah. And just, are we being honest with ourselves about what we're comfortable with? I think for some of these men, they're not comfortable with dating her, and that's okay.
Right.
Just don't waste your time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and a jealousy thing too, I think too, right? They don't want other men to be seeing the body of the woman that they're involved with. I guess that's part of it too, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think about all the ways that our jobs can make our dating life complicated if we're single. I mentioned in the episode that some people think it's no big deal to date somebody who writes about romance. Other people might not like it so much.
That's right. You mentioned that.
That's a good point.
Yes.
Yeah. So while I do not share Jenna's profession in modeling, I'm sure there are many people when I was single who would say, I'm not going near that woman. She might write about it, or she might have opinions, or she might be bossy about how relationships should work. Right. God forbid. Right. But some people, my significant other was like, okay. I mean, it was like, who cares? Whatever makes you happy.
Before your adorable significant other came into the picture, did you ever hear that from people that when they met you and then you reveal what you did,
I saw some discomfort. I mean, nothing that ever stopped a relationship before it started, but I think sometimes there was interest, perhaps for the wrong reasons, of like, oh, this would be interesting. This would be So I think we all, depending on how public we are or the different, we all make assumptions about what other people's lives are like, but I found it better to be with someone who thought what I did for a living was like, benign and interesting, but not something that defined me.
Right.
I can see that, though. Now that you mention that, I can absolutely see that. It'd be kind of like going out with Dear Abby.
Yeah. Or Carrie Bradshaw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Was Dear Abby even married? I don't even know. Was Ann Landers married? I don't know. They were twins.
Ann Landers was married and famously divorced.
That's right. And she wrote all about it at a time when you couldn't get divorced.
Or she was anti-divorce until she needed to get divorced.
That's poetic.
And then I think she had more empathy after that, I think.
Well, Meredith, two great podcasts, and as usual, the newsletter is that relatively new?
Yeah, it's just more that I haven't. It's more been a little bit more of a secret, but so it's less of a secret now.
Okay,
it's
so
been an insider's thing. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we know about that now. Meredith, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We've been
you.
speaking with Meredith Goldstein behind the Boston Globe's Love Letters column and podcast of the same name. Meredith, thank you. Coming up after this quick break, it's Am I the A-Hole Day? A daughter is pushed to the brink by her family's annual marathon viewing of the 1983 holiday classic, A Christmas Story. But is it enough to skip Christmas altogether? Weigh in next. I'm Christina Quinn. In for Jim Browdy, she's Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Starting January 1st, millions of Americans will see their monthly premiums on their Affordable Care Act plans skyrocket. Some Americans are jumping off their insurance plans ahead of time.
Went yesterday to pick up her 3 prescriptions for the first time without insurance, and it was $184.
Finding ways to pay for health care on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Boston Globe Foundation, dedicated to serving nearly 30,000 local children each holiday season with Globe Santa, delivering books and toys to children in need. Learn more at globesanta.org. And the Massachusetts Health Connector for Business. Premium value plans can help small business owners find and offer accessible employee health benefits. Learn more at mahealthconnector.org/business.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Marjorie Egan and with Christina, who is substituting today for Jim. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. So, welcome to our final Am I the A-Hole of 2020.
Oh,
yes.
What an auspicious occasion.
Yeah. Unless Jim insists on shoving one in before the holidays. But here
on
is...
Christmas?
That's right. Yeah. That's right. A week from today is Christmas Eve, right?
Going to Christmas. It's
Is a week
Thursday.
from today Christmas?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I only have a week left to get my
man.
shopping done.
You better get to it, Marjorie.
All right, in 1997, TBS began a tradition of airing 24 hours of the 1983 movie A Christmas Carol. You probably know the film. Here's a little clip.
Fragile. It must be Italian.
I said the wrong movie. It's A Christmas Story. What did I say?
What did you say?
I don't know what I said. A Christmas Carol.
Yes.
Okay, that's a little off base. It's not A Christmas Carol, Marjorie. It is A Christmas Story. So here's the deal. If you haven't seen it, it was mixed. We can talk about how much people like this movie compared to other ones. But anyway, there's a woman on Reddit whose parents have fully embraced the chaos of this TV marathon. Mm-hmm. They insist on leaving the movie running in the background during the entire Christmas Day gathering.
That's a lot.
And they have done this for an entire decade. The woman is complaining. She's now 23 years old and feels like she's going to lose it every December because she doesn't like the movie. She hates it. She's expressed how much she hates the movie to her parents. She's tried to get them to compromise with no success. She feels like they might even be antagonizing her at this point. So she asks Reddit, is it morally permissible to ditch Christmas with her parents because they insist on playing A Christmas Story nonstop, like a marathon, the entire time she's there in the house for Christmas Day? Our number is 877-301-8970. Who is the jerk in this situation? What would you say, Christina?
Well, you know what? I know that A Christmas Story is a film cherished by many. Mm-hmm. I am not one of those people.
Yeah.
I find that there are I don't even know if there are any likable characters in the movie. I don't find it relatable. I am not a fan. And so the idea of having to be being in a place where that's on nonstop, a movie marathon of A Christmas Story, I am with this person. I know it's a little heavy. Is it, do you ditch Christmas altogether unless they say no? I'm like, Mom and Dad, please don't play that movie. If you play it, I'm not coming. I kind of get it. I mean, why are they, why can't they just be like, you know what? Yeah, let's take a break, or at least turn it down. I don't know.
Okay, I'm arguing against myself because I on the other hand, I want to take the other side here and say, well, they've got an obsession with the movie. It's one day. The kids are probably not going to stay overnight there. They're probably going to come for Christmas meal and leave. Can they put up with it? But, in general, if you go over to visit somebody for the holidays, now I've seen people have football games on in the other room. Or a million years ago, when you used to have the television set, before everybody had the flat screen TVs, they'd have the TV in the middle of the table on Thanksgiving and Christmas so they could watch the football game. So I've seen it with football games. But to have like a movie on nonstop in rerun the whole time you're there, it's like having, aren't they supposed to be communicating with you, the guest, and not watching TV?
I would agree with you there. I'm not a fan of having the TV on when there's company. It's just like, no, we have company. Let's talk. Let's and I understand that this is a tradition. But yeah, I don't. Oh, wait a minute. We have somebody who wants to weigh in. We have Jason in Duxbury. Hi, Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. I just gotta say, that movie is fantastic. It is quotable. It is tradition for everybody who is like 50 and younger. Okay.
Wow.
And when you have Christmas going on at your house, there's always something on the TV that's background noise. That movie is quotable. It is funny. Jokes abound. And if you're not going to show up to your parents' house and respect their traditions that they instill, then watch out for what your kids do to you.
Wow.
All
okay,
right,
Jason. That was a passionate first call.
We know where you stand.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to play some more clips from this movie to give people an idea if I haven't seen it. Because I saw it a long time ago.
He's right. It is very quotable. I mean, I know many, many lines from it, but that doesn't make me like it.
All right. Well, should we play the line from the clip where the Ralphie finally works up the courage to ask Santa for what he really wants for Christmas, which is the Red Ryder carbine action 200-shot range model air rifle. This is what he really wants for Christmas.
What do you want for Christmas, little boy?
My mind had gone blank. Frantically, I tried to remember what it was I wanted. I was blowing it.
How about a nice football?
Football? What's a football?
Okay, get him out of here.
What was I doing? Wake up, stupid! Wake up! No!
No, I want an official red undercover knife to 200 my
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
That's the line. You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Right. So, what's your estimation of this movie? Is it kind of semi?
So I mean, yeah, like I think it's just one of those movies that was always on, and I think there was a time in my life where I felt compelled to watch it because it would be on during Christmas time. It was like a largely syndicated thing.
But a texter just sent us you'll shoot your eye out before we even mentioned that. Okay, listen to this. Okay, even with a crappy movie at play, a family movie gathering is likely to create memories one will cherish. If that girlfriend is making such a stink, dump her, says Seth from Rhode Island. Wow, you don't fool around. Here's Lauren from Milford. Only a jerk hates a Christmas Story. Buy earplugs. And then we have someone more in the middle. I love that movie, but playing it nonstop would be the way to get me to hate it, says Chris from Bellrica.
See, I knew this was because like a lot of people love this movie. So I knew that, it's a polarizing topic.
Kristen from Shrewsbury, what do you think?
Hi, Kristen.
Well, hi.
Hi.
I'm kind of with the parents on this because unless you're living in a one-room house, you can go to another room. They don't say if they actually have it, they're not forcing you to sit down and watch it. If it's just playing in the background, just suck it up and, walk into another room or talk to somebody else. I just think, if that's the only thing you have to worry about is not liking a movie that your parents are watching at your holiday celebration, then you should count yourself lucky that, it's just the movie.
Let's provide some more context. I appreciate what you're saying. In the Reddit post, the writer asked if she's like, could you just turn it off? I get sensory overload. Would prefer to have some quiet time while we unwrapped gifts and ate. And they insisted it was a tradition now, and I just needed to deal with it. And so she continues over the years has tried negotiating them to stop watching it, or she's turned it off when they left the house, got in trouble for that, suggested other movies, or asked only to maybe watch it once or twice, and just it's never to no avail, right? And so it's not like this person has just been, it sounds like this person has tried to be reasonable about handling it, and the parents are like, nope, we're just going to leave it on all day.
Yeah, and there's this kind of a lot of bullying of little kids' signs. Ralphie's always getting chased by his friends. And this kind of mean flagpole situation, one of Ralphie's friends sticks poor Ralphie's tongue on a frozen flagpole for a triple dog. What'd you say? Okay, Flick. I'm messing this up. I apologize. Anyway, somebody's tongue gets stuck in a frozen flagpole for a triple dog dare. Then the school bell rings and everybody leaves. Is it Ralphie or Flick that gets stuck there with his tongue
Flick.
in the thing? Okay, Flick. I mean, that's not very nice, is it? But anyway, here, let's play the flagpole sound, John, of Flick, who sticks his tongue on the frozen flagpole.
This is next.
Yeah, I'll remember that scene. It's seared in my memory. It's very painful looking.
Okay, I want to get clear because I'm not that familiar with this movie. Whose tongue is stuck on this flagpole, please?
Ralphie's school friend, Flick, sticks his tongue on a frozen flagpole it's a triple dog dare. And then when the school bell rings, everyone leaves him, and he's there with his tongue stuck to the...
or Ralphie?
Flick.
Okay.
And then he's stuck with his tongue stuck to the frozen flagpole, and he's freaking out, having a meltdown.
Okay. Did someone come rescue him at some point?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I hope so. The fire department, John Parker knows everything. The fire department comes in and pulls him off.
Oh my God.
The poor little kid. Anonymous texter says, okay, it sure beats having Fox News on all day long, like at my parents' house. That is an excellent point. I'd have a multiple heart attack if that were my situation. Scott in Dartmouth, thank you for calling.
Hi, Scott.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I like the movie. It brings me right back to being a kid. I feel like they're right in that it's kind of generational. If this woman is a 23-year-old, she probably doesn't feel the same way about it the way I do. However, that being said, I don't want to watch any movie repeatedly on Christmas Day. You can watch it one time, that's fine, but, spend time with your family, or, I don't want to listen to anything over and over and over again.
Right. So what do you say to this person saying, I don't want to go? Am I the a-hole if I tell my parents I'm not coming if they keep playing it?
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to be there, if they're totally blowing her off and saying, screw you, we're going to play it over and over and over again, then fine, I wouldn't go. Okay. But, I mean, you should have a real heart-to-heart conversation with your parents and say, play it one time, but don't repeat it over and over again.
Yeah. Well, Scott, you hit on one of the
Great
theories, and thank you for the call. John from Quincy touches on this, too. He says, A Christmas Story is the greatest movie ever, he thinks. Perhaps the daughter should start realizing maybe they want to get rid of her so she isn't hanging around the house, so they play the movie 24 hours a day. Maybe the 23-year-old should be out of the house, let her do something else if she doesn't want to hang around with a mother and father. Good riddance.
Well, she doesn't live with them.
No.
She would be visiting. I think that's part of the insult, is that it's like, well, I'm coming to see you, and you insist on playing this movie. I mean, that's a problem.
Listen to this one. I loathe this movie. Even hearing about it makes my skin crawl. So does Ferris Bueller's Day Off, but that's a different topic. That, again, is from Seth in Rhode Island, who's hit it out of the park twice in a row here. Michael in the car, thank you for calling.
Hi, Michael.
Hey, guys. First of all, sorry for starting with a very overused, but first-time calling and love the show for a long time. And,
thank you.
Marjorie, you got to tell Jim that I'm so glad Christine is in there, because I don't know if I could have handled him. That's a joke, okay?
Of course it is. Of course it is.
All right. It's a joke.
But now to the subject matter at hand.
Yes.
I think the parents are insane. The movie is trite and fun, but it's not a meaningful movie in any way, shape, or form, and it's full of bullies and nasty scenarios. And I think that the most important piece to me is Christmases or the holidays are about having your family and friends join you for times that are comfortable and loving and caring and respectful.
Yes.
And I think that for the daughter to communicate that this is just something that really doesn't feel good for her, whatever it might be, is something that needs to be adjusted. And my wife and I last night were just talking about, favorite holiday movies, because I think you guys were yesterday or the day before. And there's so many incredible movies out there.
Really?
That,
yes.
Hey, you want to have your TV on nonstop, which also is pretty absurd for the challenge that creates in meaningful conversation and communication. But if you want to have it on, put on like movie after movie after movie after movie, as opposed to putting the same one on that drives your daughter insane.
Right.
Yeah,
It's TBS, actually. TBS is the one that runs the marathon, so I guess...
Does seem there's a little hostility.
There does seem to be
some
hostility.
Yeah.
I am curious, Ben, what is your favorite? Do you have a favorite Christmas movie?
Oh, God, it's so hard. But it's absolutely... number one is It's a Wonderful Life.
Ah, mine too.
Yeah,
yes,
that's a really good one.
Yeah,
every year.
Don't they play someplace else nonstop? Some station plays it over and over again.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know if it's nonstop, Marjorie, but it's played. You could basically find it on some channel at any point during the month of December.
Okay.
And I love that movie so much because George. George is just a kind-hearted, loving soul, and he just wants to do the right thing for his family. And so you look at that as compared to a guy who just wants a BB gun.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Love that.
Very thoughtful, Michael. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
This gives us an opportunity for you to do your little bit.
Zuzu's Puddles. Can't believe I got to do this twice in 1 week.
Jimmy Stewart, your Jimmy Stewart imitation. One more time.
You. Zuzu's Puddles. my Jimmy Stewart impression. I don't know. I think I did it better on Monday, but in any case, yes.
Well, they seem to be a different kind of parents in that movie. Jimmy Stewart and who's the wife? Is Donna Reed?
Donna Reed.
Donna Reed is the wife. Okay, so here's a scene from A Christmas Story, which I'm being chastised. But anonymous texture says, as much as I had to say it, Marjorie's the a-hole, quite possibly un-American for lacking familiarity with A Christmas Story. And it's true. I think I saw it once years ago. It didn't get rock my socks, so I'm not that familiar with it, obviously. But anyway, here's a scene where Ralphie's little brother is wailing behind a tightly wrapped scarf after his mother, this is kind of a little sadistic on the mother's part, wrapped him up in approximately 8 winter coats.
My kid brother looked like a tick about to pop.
What? What is it?
I can't put my arms down.
That's another very, very well-known quote. I can't put my arms down.
Is Mom a little sadistic, or what's the story?
No, I just think she just wants him to be warm and bundled up.
Yeah.
This is an exaggerated.
So he can't move?
Memory.
Yeah,
he can't move. Yes,
All right. Lynn from Hingham, what do you think, Lynn?
Hi. Well, I was a Gen X teenager when the movie came out, and I think some of us identified with it in a way that we didn't feel the most coddled or appreciated of children, and maybe it was a way for us. We found it funny because it was a way for us to sort of pass off how we were feeling, nearly neglected. But being a parent of 2 sons who are now also teenagers, the first time that my youngest son, around 8 years old, he hated it.
Yeah.
And I began to see it in a very different light when he was, discussing why he despised this movie. The treatment of the kids, the way the parents were talking to them, the way their friends were treating each other, the bullying, the ignoring of these kids. And I realized he's right. This is a sad movie.
Yeah, right. It is a sad movie.
It's a sadist movie.
Yeah.
which
so we don't watch it. And, I'm like, you know what? We're good. There are so many other options, and we do go see It's a Wonderful Life on Christmas Eve, and that is the preferred tone I would prefer to set for Christmas.
Very nice.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Lynn.
Thank you very much for that call. Somebody just said that they, I hate to say it, says Tom in Brighton, but she needs to pull a Trumpian tactic and make it transactional. You want to see your kid? Then put something else on the TV. How about that?
Else on.
That's what she's talking about. She's talking about not going because she's had it. And she's mentioned it to them over and over again.
Yeah.
She doesn't like the movie. She doesn't want it playing in the background. She wants a little quiet time. And they've insisted instead that it's a family tradition and she just needs to deal with it and shut up.
Right.
Not very much in the Christmas spirit, do you think?
It's not very Christmassy. No, it really isn't.
Very Christmassy.
And I just also think like having the TV on the whole time on Christmas Day, from like right when you get up to open gifts and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Jean, what do you think in Quincy?
Hello, Jean.
Oh, hi. Oh, my gosh. I'm so excited. I love A Christmas Story. I mean, it is just a really well-done film. I love the nostalgia of it. I love the classic moments. It is a favorite in our household.
Hold on, Jean.
Teenagers.
Are you a sadist, would you say, or what?
No,
What's the story?
I'm not a sadist at all. I think the reason that I love the movie is because the main character in the film is about the same generation as my father. And so he's told me that it reminds him of his childhood and the radio and the way that the stove is and just sort of the vibe of it. But you know what? If my teenage kids hated it, there's no way that I would be sitting on Christmas and making them watch it.
Right.
So I say, she's an adult. Go have the Christmas that you want to have.
Right.
And try to work out some way to celebrate with your parents in a way that makes everybody happy, even if it's not like on Christmas Day.
That is a great compromise. I think that's it's a Solomonic response to this dilemma. Like, why would you do that? I mean, I think there's a great deal of variation. I was telling you before the show, I have 3 children. My 2 daughters have always hated Love Actually. They think it's a ridiculous,
I'm with them,
sexist thing. And I don't know. I kind of liked it. And so, I try. If they can't stand it, I'm not going to shove it in their face all Christmas Day.
Right.
Or that's certainly not all day.
That's not what the day's about.
I do like Bridget Jones. What do you think of Bridget Jones?
Oh, I never loved that either.
You don't like that either?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a Wonderful Life is your
It's
your
a Wonderful
top dog.
Life is and I watch it every year, and something always hits me differently. And I mean, I notice a distinct shift in my viewing experience after having children, after having my first baby, and then watching it, and then just like really sort of experiencing it through this lens as a parent. And that movie moves me. And also, I mean, fun fact about Frank Capra, he also, the director, also made like a bunch of World War II American propaganda films. Yeah. So like it's such an interesting detail about this director. Like Frank Capra made this amazing movie, It's a Wonderful Life, and also had an impressive volume of propaganda.
But I think we did a lot of propaganda back then.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah,
it was kind of more of a time when that's why everyone was so shocked when we got the Vietnam footage, because the actual war was being shown, right?
Yeah. Anyway, we digress.
877-301-8970. Okay, we got this little brat daughter, or maybe you think it's a brat parents, the parents insist on playing A Christmas Story all day long, and the daughter seems to feel she needs some quiet, and she just can't get it after pleading for all these years. Mima, if I'm saying that right, Mima from Randolph?
Hi, Mima.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Mima. You are saying it right. Good afternoon, ladies, and happy holidays. Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays.
You too. Thank you for calling.
And all that good stuff. So I think that the parents are being the a-hole.
Yeah.
I feel like if you want to put on, as Michael said, a movie with some meaning, It's a Wonderful Life is the best Christmas movie ever.
Here.
It can't get any better.
You really can't beat it.
So and for me, personally, it would be Die Hard at my house. But I wouldn't play it all day, because Die Hard's a great Christmas movie.
That's a Christmas movie.
Yes.
That's a good point. Bruce Willis.
Yep. Jared Bowen actually swears that is a Christmas movie. Yep.
Exactly. And she should, what I would do if I was her? I would just go on and say, you know what, Mom and Pop, I'll come over on Christmas Eve, and if you guys want to come to my house on Christmas Day, you're more than welcome. We will not be watching that.
Yeah, it is. I think. Mima, don't you think there's some underlying stuff going on here that we don't know about? There's a certain. One of the texters thought that the parents are really trying to keep the daughter from even showing up, which seems really nasty.
I mean, that would be really nasty.
We lost Mima.
Oh, no, we lost Mima. Okay, but yeah, I mean, basically the tradition started 10 years ago, right? It's like she was a teenager.
Yes.
And then the first 2 years, they put on The Christmas Story once in the evening. And then her stepdad said it was his favorite movie, and they had to watch it on Christmas to be in the holiday spirit. And she didn't mind it. Not a fan of the movie, but it's fine. It's 2 hours of my life, not a big deal. But then the next year, the parents discovered that TBS played it all 24 hours of Christmas, and from that moment, from the moment we woke up till the moment we went to bed, A Christmas Story was playing in the background. That is enough to make anyone go bananas.
One of the texters says you should put on National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation so they can share in the family dysfunction. Although I kind of think Chevy Chase is so nice in that family.
I do love.
He wants to have all the lights
he always,
on.
Yes, he always means well.
Big tree that goes crashing through the window because it tips over. Do you have a feeling about The Christmas Story, Jared Bowen?
I do. You're asking the wrong person, because I've actually been to Cleveland and I've been to the Christmas Story house.
Oh my goodness! Of course you have.
There's a little neighborhood, and you can go inside the house. They didn't do the exteriors there, but it's certainly the exterior, the outside, where the house next door where the dogs are, and then across the street is now a gift shop. But they have the lamp in the window and
the leg. It looks like a very beautiful woman's long leg with a high
leg,
heel.
Yes, with the tasseled lampshade. Yes.
And we have a GBH connection, because Gene Shepard, who wrote and narrated A Christmas Story, had a program here on GBH.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, going back, I think it was in the 1970s. Gene Shepard's America.
Oh, well, what a perfect segue.
Fountain of information.
You are a fountain of information. I actually just mentioned how I believe your favorite Christmas movie is Die Hard, isn't it? I think we've had this conversation years ago.
I love Die Hard a lot, and I will take anybody to the mat who suggests it's not a holiday movie.
Yeah.
It's definitely a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Bruce Willis. Say so. Bruce Willis. Oh, Bruce Willis. Yes.
It's kind of violent, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's violent.
No, I love that movie. I love that movie. I just don't. I'm not in that category where I think it's a Christmas movie. I know it takes place during the Christmas period, but it's like,
It snows. There's music. Am I making that up about snowing? Maybe it didn't snow. I feel like it did at the end.
Nakatomi Plaza?
Yeah. Now we're going to go to this deep dive.
Let's do a deep dive.
There's the guy who shows, Alan Rickman, who shows up after he's been dispatched, the terrorist, and it says ho, ho, ho on the sweatshirt. I mean, what's more Christmas than that?
No, you're right.
Ho, ho,
I mean, if there's
sweatshirt?
ho, ho on the sweatshirt, done. It's
Is there a
say, like,
gunshot through the middle of it?
Ho, ho.
Is he bleeding from one of the hose?
I think so.
No.
Holes, yeah.
Hey.
She's here all week. Don't forget to tip your waiter.
What's on the show?
So we're going to be talking to Mary, shifting gears here. We're going to talk to Mary Grant, president of Mass Art, after Brown
She's
University,
great.
and how all universities are now dealing with the aftermath of this. And what do you do in a climate where people are examining safety? And what do you do in a climate where the person hasn't even been arrested yet?
Yeah.
So we'll talk to her about that, and then we'll talk to Amari. She also will end on a highlight. She's got her greatest observations about culture in 2025. Amari Paris-Jeffries is here to talk about more not great stuff, the national parks and the U.S. coins, which have been diluted of all DEI content and figures.
That's right.
And then...
It's unbelievable.
It's pretty extraordinary.
At least he's easing restrictions on marijuana.
Yeah, I just saw that headline.
Not much, but I'll take it. You're ending with what?
Cocktails. Callie and Edgar and I will get together with cocktail guru Jonathan Pogash, who's going to make seasonal highlights.
Oh, I might have to stick around.
Yeah, go down the hall, have a couple of sips. Okay.
Great
Thank
to see you
Jared.
both.
Thanks, Jared.
And Christina, thank you very much.
My pleasure. This was a lot of fun. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah. Thanks for listening to another edition of VPR. Keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast, or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tune in tomorrow for Julia Kayam and Andrea Cabral, host at the Boston Public Library. Our show includes GBH's Adam Riley and Ron Mitchell from the Bay State Banner for Press Play, Boston Medical Center's Dr. Catherine Gergen-Barnett, R&B singer Atkin, Rose for Live Music Friday, and Tony Williams from the Urban Nutcracker and media maven herself, Sue O'Connell. Our crew is Zoe Matthews, Aidan Connolly, Nicole Garcia, and Hannah Loss. Cullen Cochran ran today's live stream. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Executive producer is Jamie Bologna. Stay tuned to The Culture Show with Jared Bowen starting immediately after on 89.7 GBH. I'm Christina Quinn.
I am Marjorie Egan. Thank you so much for coming in today, Christina.
Thank you.
Just to tell us some breaking news from your newspaper, the Washington Post, on the way out. The Kennedy Center Board has now renamed the institution as the Trump Kennedy Center. Jacqueline Kennedy is rolling over in her grave. It's unclear if this is legal, but Donald Trump has done it. So just another wonderful day in Trump land. Thanks again, Christina Quinn, and thank you for listening. I hope you have a great afternoon, and hope you can tune in tomorrow.
Have a great afternoon.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Science, where their fun for all ages seasonal exhibit, All Aboard, Trains at Science Park, is now open, featuring trains, interactives, and magic. Tickets at mos.org/engine. By blending the rhythms of Duke Ellington with the music of Tchaikovsky, this modern spin on the Nutcracker transports viewers to an enchanted world not unlike their own. Catch Anthony Williams' Urban Nutcracker tonight at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, a mass shooting at Brown University is reverberating across college campuses everywhere, raising questions about response, responsibility, and safety. Mary Grant, president of Mass Art, joins us to talk about the pressures colleges face in the aftermath of violent events. But first, we look at how the Trump administration's attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion is expanding to our national parks, not to mention the U.S. Mint's commemorative coins. The White House has rejected memorializing historic figures like Frederick Douglass on coins. Someone who did make the cut, Trump himself. Amari Paris-Jeffries, President and CEO of Embrace Boston, joins us for that and more. And it's Radio on the Rocks with cocktail guru Jonathan Pogash. He's here with seasonal sips, holiday highballs, and recipes to solve your cocktail conundrums. And he'll mix in his forecast for the latest trends. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. We begin the show with our recurring feature, AI Actual Intelligence, where we tap into the most interesting thinkers in our region for their original and algorithm-free insights and observations. We're joined now by Amari Paris-Jeffries, President and CEO of Embrace Boston, and one of the co-chairs of Everyone 250. He joins us every month. Amari, welcome back to the show. Great to see you.
Great seeing you. I thought you were going to have me do that part again. AI actually.
Well, so you're here in part to talk about what is happening with the Trump administration and the ways it is removing DEI efforts from the national parks, the U.S. Mint. But just as you were coming in, your colleague pointed out to us that we are learning that the Kennedy Center has been renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. According to the president, this is an announcement from the White House that the Kennedy Center Board of Trustees voted unanimously, this is according to the AP and what the White House is reporting, to name the institution the Donald J. Trump and the John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts. So you and I have spent a lot of time over this last year talking about the way the Trump administration is working its way through culture. How do you interpret this latest move?
Man, you and I have spent this entire year. It's the Culture Show. We've spent the entire year talking about the way in which culture has been used to shape the way that we think about each other. And we are ending the year. I mean, this is the holiday when we think about reflection. There's always these end of year polls and reflections, and many of us who subscribe to music channels on our phones get. I don't know if I'm allowed to say what music channel I subscribe to. We get our end of year roundups, and so there's these lists, and so we know the ways in which culture shapes the way that we think about ourselves, and there's a lot of ways that culture has shaped our lives, and so. I wanted to start off before we talked about that, because we've talked about that. I wanted to start off giving you a gift, a book. We always give each other gifts, and I always like to give you a gift. And this is a book from my dear friend Brandon Terry, who is a board member, one of the founders of Embrace, and because we've been talking about the way in which culture has been shifted, and the administration is trying to erase Dr. King, and Brandon Terry has written this beautiful, excellent book about Dr. King and hope. And I wanted to give you this gift because culture and gift giving is so important in this moment where we're talking about erasure, and they're trying to take away and strip us of holidays like MLK Day and Juneteenth, and they're trying to change the name of the Kennedy Center and have a scrambled thinking about the Kennedy legacy in a way that you and I know is not true. And if I could take a second, I want to read this, because I want us to end the year in an optimistic way. When we think about lists or reflections of what we looked at. And so this is an excerpt, a New York Times critic wrote about this book. Infinite hope arrives at a moment when the federal infrastructure to enforce civil rights law in housing, employment, education, environmental policy has been unpinned, when politicians are working to keep the history of racial discrimination out of classrooms, libraries, and museums. Terry addresses this situation briefly in the conclusion, insisting that the practice of tragic hope is infused with an appreciation of human agency, historic contingency, and solidarity in the face of daunting circumstances. Most challenging of all, he writes, Tragic hope takes seriously the possibility that we are not yet in the worst of worlds, and it is part of our responsibility to prevent further catastrophe from coming into being. And this is from my perspective. Hope is not a feeling. It is a practice rooted in memory, struggle, and institution building. And it's times like this, and it's the work that you and I do, the work of culture, we are in institution building. And so to change the name of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center is an attempt to erase this important institution for America. And so this is a call to action as we wind down this year to keep building hope, to be with our families, and to strengthen our institutions.
Well, as the creator of Pussy Riot said the other day, it's incumbent upon everybody to be paying attention, to be thinking, and to be moving. First of all, thank you for the gift. The book you just gave me, Shattered Dreams, Infinite Hope, A Tragic Vision of the Civil Rights Movement. It's by Brandon M. Terry, because I know people always love to write down the book recommendations. So again, Shattered Dreams by Brendan M. Terry. So we will continue to have this conversation about the now Trump Kennedy Center, at least according to the administration. We have talked about this on the show before. There needs to be congressional approval to rename the building. Already, Jack Schlossberg, former President Kennedy's grandson, is saying that there were apparently microphones muted in the board meeting, so the vote wasn't necessarily unanimous. We're sure to cover that tomorrow on our Week in Review show. But more of how the Trump administration is intruding in culture, the national parks. So the national parks have had free days, including MLK Day, including Juneteenth, and the administration has now said that those are no longer significant holidays in terms of free admission to the parks.
I mean, we've seen over the last 12 months over 40% of the legislation attributed to Dr. King weekends eliminated. And so it's not surprising that these symbols of freedom, of civil rights in our semi-quincentennial be stripped. And in addition, the Flag Day, which is situated on Trump's birthday, be added as one of those free days. And so we understand as folks who are culture creators that culture is how people sense make, how people meaning make. And so it is by design that these things are happening. The parks are the new lunch counters. These public spaces, these are the ways in which our American rights, our American liberties are lived out. Boston is one of the places where we get to experience what it means to be an American. The oldest public park in America exists in our city, one of the oldest cities in America. And so we're lucky to live in a place like Boston. And so to understand that this is happening in this year, 2026 is an opportunity for us to live out the spirit of 1776 in more ways than in one. We've been an organization that commemorated the spirit of Dr. King. 2026 is an opportunity for us to be the spirit of Dr. King.
Do you fear that this is going to sink in addition to eliminating the free days associated with very historic moments in the civil rights movement? They've also asked that all DEI-related merchandise in national park gift shops be removed. No instruction about what necessarily constitutes DEI merchandise. And we should point out that as this comes from the Department of Interior, people within the park system are pushing back, but this is the mandate. But back to my question, do you fear the erasure that does sink in if any level of these orders are complied with? And of course, they will be, at least as it relates to the free admission days.
I mean, there's a lot of things to be angry about. There's a lot of things to be afraid about. I think the Phantom Menace that you and I talk about most of the times I'm on here is the environment that is lingering, that people are not paying attention to. I had an opportunity a few weeks ago to go to Charleston, South Carolina, to see that wonderful museum there. And if folks hadn't had a chance to go to Charleston is a beautiful city. It's like a clean New Orleans. It's beautiful. It's charming.
Great food.
Oh my goodness, it's surprisingly expensive. It's not Southern cheap. So you're gonna full of culture. But that museum is phenomenal. And what it reminded me of, and I got to go to Mother Emanuel and just to further understand the legacy of slavery and to imagine folks who come from folks who were enslaved for generations without any possibility of what it meant to be emancipated, no future in sight, and to still hold out hope, to still have agency in more ways than one. And what I've come to realize, and what I realized through this museum, there were more skirmishes, more fights for emancipation than we understood in history books. They weren't writing these things down because if we knew how much fights for freedom really occurred, I think more people would have been afraid than folks would have realized. And so if folks back then fought for and were not afraid to continue to fight for liberty without knowing what liberty looked like, we know what it looks like. And so we don't need to have DEI programs or need gadgets to understand what emancipation and liberty is. We know what it looks like. And so we don't need these T-shirts. We know what it looks like. And so I'm so optimistic what the people of Massachusetts and the United States, like we are the folks who understand what liberty looks like. We don't need T-shirts or slogans to continue this fight.
I'm speaking with Amari Parris-Jeffries, President and CEO of Embrace Boston, and I'll add to that the museum you're talking about just opened, and so that is not insignificant that a museum dedicated to telling the history of enslavement and emancipation would open in the South in 2025. Not to say that, of course, people aren't telling these stories in the South, but we know where it can be most challenging. So despite what you just said, the U.S. Mint has also indicated that despite suggestions of who should be depicted on the commemorative coins for the country's 250th anniversary, people like Ruby Bridges, Frederick Douglass, women for fighting for the votes, the rights and freedom of women, they have not been selected to be included on the coins. Instead, we're finding a Pilgrim couple, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Madison, Lincoln. So I know you're saying we know our history, people know who they are in this country, but when it's reinforced in something like this, when it's reinforced on coinage.
But Jared, it had been reinforced, and you and I know, and we've talked about the Shaw Monument. Prior to 1865, there had been limited depictions of positive depictions of women or indigenous people or black people in positive images in stone and steel in this country, and so we understood that, but that had never stopped any artist, any culture creator from expressing ourselves in quilts, in non-permanent forms of arts, in other creative expressions. It never stopped. We didn't need their coins to express ourselves. We didn't need their monuments. We didn't need their plays. We didn't need their houses of culture. We didn't need their theaters. We created our own ballrooms, our own theaters, and we're going to continue doing that, right? And so that, and we don't need their sponsorships. We certainly could use sponsorships, and GBH can certainly use your sponsorships. It's the end of the year. It's not too late to donate, and so could organizations like ours. And so, it's important to donate to nonprofits that do art and culture work, but we will always continue as human beings to find forms of expression and creation. And so those are organized forms of expression and creation. And so human beings always find those forms. And so we are shocked and surprised, but not totally shocked and surprised, right? We're not flabbergasted because each and every time we've become desensitized to this. And so we just heard that news and we're both like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Not completely surprised. This has been signaled all along.
That's right. That's right. And I think what you and I are surprised by is wondering how far will they go before people will join us. We're wondering where the line is. I think that's where most of us are surprised by, because most of us are past the point of surprised by the things, but surprised by the amount of people that continue to sit on the sidelines.
I think it's just the brazenness that is getting whose name should be on what. But again, it takes congressional action to change this, and we see the intention, just as we saw the intention of the destruction of the East Wing, when it takes a committee to decide what should be there. So yes, it's a moment for people to be paying attention. You're saying it. The creator of Pussy Riot is saying it. We've had artists and historians saying this is the time to pay attention because there is this slide.
And the ridiculousness of those plaques, markers on with the wall of presidents that is erected in under the presidential portraits that was recently put up, and the description of President Obama as a problematic president, and the attacks under the plaque under President Biden as the most problematic president in history. It is remarkable, and I think it's not surprising. It's the folks sitting on the sidelines is the piece.
Well, and for people who don't know, we're talking about something that was really just reported this week, because there's a new banner, or a new array of presidential portraits along basically as bronze plaques with some descriptions, as you just outlined, about presidents. Some, they claim, are written by the current president himself. So this is also where taxpayer money is being spent, presumably. Let's just end very quickly. We only have a few seconds left, but the first great thing we can look forward to in 2026 that's coming by way of you and everyone 250 and Embrace.
Well, it is the MLK celebrations, and this year, if people go to mlkboston.com, they'll find at least 10 MLK celebrations hosted all across the city throughout the month of January. And so there is an MLK celebration that they can join at a location near them. Of course, ours arguably is the most exciting, the flashiest, where, MLK and Martin and Coretta did dance. They were known to cut a rug. And so the Sneaker Gala, where we celebrate storied civil rights leaders in town, it will be at SOA in the South End this year on MLK weekend. That's my favorite one. But there's the breakfast, it's the Boston Children's Chorus, it's Project 351. Those are the ones that are happening that weekend. So go to mlkboston.com and you'll see an array of MLK events for the entire month.
Amari Parris Jeffries, happy holidays. Thank you for a year of conversations, which I thoroughly enjoy. I think people would have picked that up. And again, thank you for the book. One more time, it's Shattered Dreams, Infinite Hope by Brandon M. Terry. Amari Parris Jeffries is president and CEO of Embrace Boston. He joins us every month. Again, great to speak with you. Coming up, the challenges that colleges and universities are confronting in the aftermath of the Brown University mass shooting. Mary Grant, president of MassArt, joins us for that conversation. She's next on the Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
This is Oedipus. After the year that we have had, allow me to transport you to another realm of peace, love, and understanding. A world of magic and charm, with a soundtrack of songs that you have not heard, but with melodies that will embrace you that recall a time of longing and caring and family, a spirit of togetherness and compassion, our humanity. Christmas Eve with Oedipus, 6 to midnight on the Eve, here on GBH 89.7, where Christmas matters to you.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Ballet, presenting The Nutcracker. This holiday tradition mesmerizes audiences of all ages with beloved characters and Tchaikovsky's memorable score. On stage now through December 28th. Official tickets at bostonballet.org. And Boston Children's Museum, presenting their 10th annual winter experience, Snowmazing. Activities include a sock skating rink, a Northern Lights-inspired art installation, and a winter book nook. Tickets at bostonchildrensmuseum.org. And the Cape Cod Foundation, committed to building resources to support community life on Cape Cod, including environmental conservation, arts and culture, and community development. Learn more at capecodfoundation.org.
Thank you to everyone who gave during our recent membership drive. If you missed your chance to make a contribution during the drive, you still can. It's easy to do online at gbhnews.org. That's gbhnews.org.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Over the weekend, a mass shooting at Brown University left 2 students dead and 9 others wounded, while the search for the gunman continues. It's a tragedy reverberating far beyond Providence's College Hill, raising questions on campuses everywhere about safety and how schools can respond without compromising the sense of community, freedom, and independence that defines college life. Joining us to talk about this and more is Mary Grant, president of Massachusetts College of Art and Design. Mary Grant, welcome back. It's great to have you here.
Good to be here with you, Jared.
It's unfortunate, of course, the circumstances, a lot of the conversation we'll have today, but this, obviously, any mass shooting just completely disrupts a community, even though I think we've come to accept that this can happen in our lives at any time, at any moment, but it's another thing to have it actually happen. And of course, we've witnessed something essentially in our midst. As a college president, in this moment where it is so unusual that the shooter is still at large, so a community doesn't even have closure in that sense, how do you begin to reconcile what has happened?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say that I think all of higher ed's hearts are with the Brown University community, and most specifically with the families of Ella and Muhammad, the 2 students who died, and the students who were wounded. And I think that's one of the things that we have to do in these moments is that balance. I mean, we have a primary responsibility to do everything in our power to keep our campuses safe and welcoming and inclusive. And in public higher ed, we're also open access institutions, so it's a little bit different. Every institution and depending upon where one is located, their role in the community, how open they are to just individuals walking into buildings and across campuses, we try to be welcoming and inclusive. And times like this remind us that we don't always know who's in our midst. And when you have a group of young people just preparing on any normal day to do what young people do and to have the things happen so brutally like that, it's just something you can't predict, and you do your best to try to be ready for. And when I think about this whole thing, I'm just so reminded, Jared, of the loss, the devastating loss of those families. Young people. And I was thinking about this, and, I think it was back in 1968, Robert F. Kennedy Sr., the Robert F. Kennedy we all admire and respect, in Phoenix, Arizona, he spoke the words in response to the loss of young lives in the Vietnam War. And it was so poignant because he talked about who among them would have cured cancer, who among them would have entertained from the stage, who among them would have taught a child to read, who among them would have won the World Series. And when you look at those young people and what they did with their lives, their hopes, their dreams, and to have that just stopped. So we have to focus on that. And the aftermath of this, where there's, one of the things I've learned being a college president is you learn as much as you can from everything that happens on other institutions, both good and horrendous, but you don't armchair quarterback it, because none of us were there. We don't know precisely what happened. In a crisis like this, things are moving fast. There's a lot of panic. There's a lot of fear, a lot of uncertainty. And so there's so much after action work that I'm certain Brown University is doing now, the community is doing now, and every campus is thinking about what do we need to be thinking about differently because these things happen in our world tragically.
But you can't stop them. I think that this is what we know, whether it's a hotel or a supermarket parking lot or a college campus. I was going to ask how you educate your students, but in some sense, they know more than we do because this is a generation who, of course, grew up with this. How was horrifying to learn that some of the students who were on that campus had already experienced school shootings.
Yes, they had been survivors of school shootings when they were in middle school. And, in some of the statistics from the Gun Violence Archive, in this year alone, 2025, there have been 75 school shootings. There have been 393 mass shootings. And as of December 18th, 14,062 deaths by guns in this country in 2025 alone. We have a problem with guns. We have a problem with access to guns. So that's a big piece of it as well. And the last thing in the world we need at this time when families are suffering, when a community is experiencing trauma and fear, every student that was in proximity, that was in those spaces, every faculty member, every member of the maintenance staff, there's trauma that they are experiencing. And so to then have it elevated and politicized, as we're seeing, that is just, that adds a brutality and a meanness to something where we just need to hold these families that have experienced loss, help these students get through it, help this community recover, and the police doing their ongoing work to try to find this individual who created this horrible situation and took down 2 young people in the prime of their lives before they even had a chance to begin.
One last question before we move on to other topics, and this is not armchair quarterbacking on my part, but I happened to be home the other day and I was watching the press conference live, the last major press conference they had, and I was, like you, I was struck by why all these questions about what went wrong when we're still in the midst of this. Right. Why waste that energy? But one thing I was struck by was this focus on video cameras, and there was a part of the building very much outfitted with cameras because it was a newer part of the building, another part not so much. And I was thinking about that because there was a time in which people didn't want cameras everywhere because it suggests, I think as one student at Brown has pointed out, a police state. But now there's a need for them, and now there's a call for them, at least in this immediate analysis moment. How do you look at that, and how are cameras necessary? Have we just moved beyond the notion of lack of privacy and the police state accusations that once lingered around that conversation?
I think cameras are necessary. They have to. They're an essential part of. They may not stop something from happening, but they can help you in the aftermath of an event. Look at footage of somebody passing through a hallway or where maybe somebody entered that you weren't aware of. So they are very, very important and necessary. And it's that trade-off. Many years ago when I was doing my doctoral research, my thesis advisor was Deborah Stone, and she had written a book on policy paradoxes, and it was the liberty-security trade-off. And that's what we're confronting right here. And at Mass Art, where we have cameras, we do our very best to not have them in somebody's workspace. I'm not going to be in your studio looking at what you're doing, but hallways and access points and, places that we don't care to share because that's part of our public safety routines. But cameras are absolutely essential and necessary, and you have to figure out where you have vulnerabilities and then, and try to predict that if you can ahead of time. It's not always possible because you think a doorway may be safe. You think somebody can't get in that way, and tragically when something happens, whether it's, someone just coming in through a door and stealing a piece of equipment or something absolutely horrendous as has been experienced at Brown. And so, the campus certainly is going to be taking a look at any place where they feel that they have vulnerabilities to button up what they've already done. And there's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of need for healing. And I think that's going to have to be the priority first is how do you pull a place back together? How do you restore a sense of safety? How do you mourn the loss? How do you deal with the trauma? And how do you go forward from this?
I'm speaking with Mary Grant, the president of Mass Art. We move to a story now that, especially after the gravity of the loss of life, this just seems, I don't even know what to make of it. But we're talking about the font debate at the State Department that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has called the Calibri font woke and has ordered that all all dispatches from the State Department be written in a Times New Roman font. It's hard for me to even describe. I feel so ludicrous describing this, but this is where we're at. That are even edicts about. And if you're streaming on our GBH News YouTube channel, you'll see the Calibri font above and the Times New Roman font below. What is happening here, and what's behind this?
Well, I mean, we could have our offline conversation about what is happening here. But, it really is, oh my goodness, when the Calibri font was put into place by Secretary Anthony Blinken and the Biden administration, it was done with an intention of improving access because it doesn't have the little feet that the Times New Roman. I talked to my folks in my communications department about this, because I've got experts in typefacing. Font is a tool, a mechanism for delivering graphic typeface. But, so Calibri is sharper, crisper, bigger. And so for people who use enhanced computer screen readers, it was a way of them being able to consume information that's available to the public in a more accessible, easier to digest format. So that was why it was changed back in, 2023. And this is now in response to just a concerted effort to anything appearing that the prior administration might have done to advance access, inclusion, diversity, and equity. And it is just, it's truly, I would imagine with all of the international issues that we're facing, that there may be some other things that might be confronting the secretary. But yes, this has been pronounced. And the irony here, Jared, is that Times New Roman was invented for the New York Times. And so the font now in use
I see where you're going.
is perhaps a news vehicle that has been described as being not reliable by the present administration. So yes, I think this is fascinating, but Calibri was put in place to help people who may have visual impairments consume information in an easier to digest format.
And yet it's all about restoring decorum. That's the words of the Secretary of State. And Calibri is too informal. I have to say, I switched to Calibri whenever I'm doing any public speaking because, as you say, it's easy to just glance down at your script and it's much easier to read, even though I mostly write in Times New Roman because I'm a creature of habit.
Yes.
I think the most outrageous thing here is that they're requiring a size 14 font, and that's ludicrous because it should definitely be size 12.
That's right. That's right. It's why, you just think, oh my goodness, and so it's just in the midst of all of these incredible distortions and distractions. And, it really does feel like a Shakespearean play, like, oh, what's in a font, what's in a name? And I just feel like but it is so much more of just the ongoing effort to dismantle things that include everybody in their government.
Well, we'll just move on to something a little more relatable, I think, to a lot of people. And this is a colleague of yours who wrote an opinion piece for the Boston Globe, arguing that museums are for everyone. In fact, her title of her piece is "Art Museums Are for Everyone, Even Pterodactyl Screeching Babies." So yes, babies, disruptive as they may be, belong in museums.
Yes. And it was a wonderful piece by one of our art history faculty members, Nisa Ari. And it was just, it was in response to an experience a colleague of hers had bringing her kids to the Museum of Fine Arts. And an older patron, asked the child to be quiet and suggested that they shouldn't be there. And so she wrote a very thoughtful piece about the importance of enculturating, kids to museums and cultural spaces at early ages.
Enculturating? I don't think I've ever heard that word.
And well, thank you. I'm a college president. But to be able to bring them along and get them comfortable in these spaces, to see themselves in these spaces, get the rest of us comfortable with people who are different than ourselves. So I think that was the whole premise of her piece, that these spaces should not be exclusive. Sure, there are some things where, in the middle of a concert, but you've also seen parents who, if their child is having, a meltdown, they leave, So most people are hugely responsible when it's a place like that where it would be interrupting. But I've also seen so many kids at young ages just come alive, and they happen to make the thing more fun because you're looking at this little kid like, what are they seeing that I'm missing? And so I just think it's a really lovely piece. It generated a lot of discussion. But now you think about in the city of Boston, for example, our museum has always been free, Mass Art Museum. The mayor's initiative around free cultural programs for families, 65,000 people in the city have taken advantage of that as of October October. We actually at MAM had something called stroller tours, bring them in and show them around, make them at home. So I'm really glad she wrote the piece. It was thoughtful. It was made you think about, darn it, I'm going to, next time I go someplace, I'm going to borrow one of my niece's kids and bring them along with me.
Well, she also made a point that I often make because I'm a culture show host, and that is that the earlier you can get kids into cultural settings, to, what was your word? To
enculturate them.
Enculturate them.
Yes.
The more comfortable they're going to be,
Yes.
so that when they become teenagers and adults, this is just a normal part of their lives.
That's
There's
right.
no intimidation. They don't see them as elitist institutions because it is the place where they had the pterodactyl screaming at one point, or it is the gallery
That's
they
right.
ran through at one point.
That's right. And the curiosity and the wonder, because that's also how we inspire, little kiddos to turn into curious young people, to turn into creative adults, because something inspired them at a young age. And so we have to do that. Think about when you're on the ski slopes and you see that kid racing by you. It's because they're open-minded about it. They don't know they're going to fall, and if they fall, they know they're going to get up. And so I think these cultural spaces are so important. It helps. And they're also little kids and young people meet people different from themselves. So if they're coming from a community that may not have others that look differently from them, coming into cultural spaces, they're meeting other people, which is really important for their socialization.
Well, in the segment before you, I asked Imari to look ahead to 2026, but I'm going to ask you to stay in the moment with us. And I love this time of year where we have all of these year-end lists, the best TV shows, the best museum exhibitions, the best films and books. Perfect time to get your book recommendations to go on the holidays. And because of all the holidays fall, what are your 2025 picks for best of?
Okay, here you go. I gave this some thought. So for a movie, one of the movies I loved this year was The Life of Chuck. And it was based on a Stephen King novella. It is absolutely stunningly brilliant and sweet and poignant. And it's the story of a fellow named Chuck Krantz, played by Tim Hiddleston as an adult, who's raised by his grandparents.
I remember reading about this film, and I haven't seen it yet.
And Mark Hamill plays his grandfather, and Mark Hamill's being talked for an Academy Award buzz. But I'm telling you, Jared, it is sweet. It makes you think about life and opportunity, and it's just captivating and beautiful and well acted. And Nick Offerman is the narrator, and he's just fabulous. So, The Life of Chuck. And then, if you're sitting in front of your television, two recommended. Man on the Inside with Ted Danson, and this season has Mary Steenburgen in it, and it's just silly and fun. And when you need those escape, Man on the Inside, fabulous. And then Death by Lightning. Which is...
I saw both of those series.
My God, Death by Lightning. It made me want to get a biography on James Garfield.
Yes.
Realizing how much I don't understand about, and think about history, what might have been different had he lived, had not been assassinated. But the acting is brilliant, the story is poignant, and Nick Offerman is in that as well.
That's right.
But
as Vice President, soon to be Vice President Arthur.
Yeah, and actually does a good turn at the end, but very powerful. And then
I think for people keeping score at home, both of those series, Man on the Inside and Death by Lightning, are available on Netflix.
I believe that they are. And then actually this was a book. You had the editor on your show, History Matters by David McCullough, which is a collection of some of his unpublished essays and speeches. And I just think it's so poignant. And some of what he wrote, I just want a little piece where he talks about the importance of history, because he says, at their core, the lessons of history are largely lessons in appreciation. Everything we have, all our great institutions, hospitals, universities, libraries, cities, our laws, our music, art, poetry, our freedoms, everything exists because somebody went before us and did the hard work, provided the creative energy, provided the money, provided the belief. Do we disregard that? And I think it's so important. We need to read our history now. These are short essays. You can digest, talk with each other, but we have to know our history.
And the great thing about that book, too, is that we all are so familiar with David McCullough's voice, especially through here in the building at GBH American Experience, that you hear him telling you these stories as he's narrating. Mary Grant, thank you for your picks, as always. Thank you for a fabulous year of conversations. Happy holidays to you.
Thank you, my friend, and may the new year bring us new things to talk about. And I just so deeply appreciate our time together, the work of your team, and the important critically important work you're doing through public radio to get the word out about culture, creativity, and what brings us together. So thank you, Jared.
Well, likewise. We can't do it without you. Mary Grant is the president of MassArt, and she joins us regularly. Coming up, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and that happens to be right here. We're getting a jump on the holiday festivities with cocktail guru Jonathan Pogash. He's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Deposit of natural gas is discovered off the coast of Gaza. Palestinians start to imagine the energy security that could mean for them.
It's going to be cheaper than the electricity they buy from Israel, be cheaper from what they get from Egypt, and it would make sense.
But 25 years later, energy and electricity in Gaza are as fragile as ever. That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Lyric Stage, presenting A Sherlock Carol. This fresh and charming reimagining of Sherlock Holmes and Ebenezer Scrooge is a Yuletide detective story that's as good as gold. Running November 14th through December 21st at Lyric Stage, Boston. Tickets at lyricstage.com. And Rogers Fish Company. Their signature double clam chowder is available for purchase at Market Basket and at their new Rogers Fish Company restaurant in Logan Airport, Terminal A. More at rogersfishcompany.com. And Subaru of New England. The all-wheel drive 2025 Subaru Crosstrek is designed for New England terrain. Subaru retailer locations at subaruofnewengland.com.
GBH Daily is a newsletter that keeps you informed, connected, and ready to go every weekday morning. You can subscribe today and get it in your inbox at gbh.org/daily.
Welcome back to The Culture Show. I'm Jared Bowen, here with Culture Show co-hosts Callie Crossley and Edgar B. Herwick III. We're keeping the party going after our Wednesday watch party. We're live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for a spirited conversation with cocktail guru Jonathan Pogash. He's back for his annual holiday pour, serving up wisdom on festive cocktails, mocktails, and how to make your holiday entertaining a breeze. Jonathan Pogash is president and owner of The Cocktail Guru, and he also co-hosts the Cocktail Guru Show podcast with his father, Jeffrey Pogash. Welcome back to the show. It's great to have you here.
It's so great to see your faces. Yeah. I love this annual trip that I take to GBH. It's amazing.
Well, we love having you here. Yeah. And we're going to get going because I realize we have less time than we normally do because we have breaking news today, which also means today is definitely a day for cocktails.
It sure is. Well, this one is a mocktail, so if you're not imbibing, I mean, mocktails are huge, right? Non-alcoholic drinks. So I'm starting, I call this Hanukkah Harry, so it's kind of in honor of Hanukkah, which I grew up celebrating, and we had a Hanukkah bush, but now, you know, we have Hanukkah and Christmas in my house. But this one, non-alcoholic.
Happy Hanukkah. We're in the day 4, day 5 right now, right?
Day 5, I believe. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So I have this non-alcoholic amaretto from Liars, which is really interesting. I have Palm Wonderful pomegranate juice, which of course is heart healthy. I'm talking to the microphone. And so I'll add some of that directly into my mixing looking glass, and I'm using aquafaba to kind of add a little bit of depth and foam. So that's like a vegan egg white alternative.
Yeah.
We all know that these days. And then some fresh lemon juice, which I'm going to add right over here.
And I'll just point out for people who don't, just sit back and relax right now, because we're going to be posting all of your recipes on our website with all of your ingredients.
Oh yes. So I'm going to dry shake this so that it can emulsify all of those ingredients first. We'll give that a little bit of a dry shake. Then I'm going to add my ice. Okay, I just washed my hands. Don't worry about that.
That's okay. And the dry shake, it just emulsifies better.
Yes, you
than
can
if
kind
it's
of see kind of see that foaminess
Yes.
on the inside, right?
From the aquafaba.
Exactly. And so we'll give that a nice shake. If I had more time, I would like shake the heck out of it and just keep shaking. But I'm going to now strain this into our cups over here. Got 3 sample cups.
Do you find you're getting a lot of demand for mocktails?
Oh, 100%. When we do bar and restaurant beverage programs across the country, we always have a section of specialty non-alcoholic cocktails.
And they're so good now. They're so good.
They are, aren't they? There's a lot of creativity around.
That's what I was going to say. That's what makes it so special.
Thank you. And why these ingredients for a Hanukkah drink?
Well, pomegranate is traditionally sort of one of those sacred ingredients throughout time, and there's honey.
Really?
There's honey in there as well, which is also sweet. The nectar. So yeah, this is just a fun thing. Of course, if you want to spike it with something, you could use anything: vodka, gin, rum, tequila, whiskey, whatever.
All right.
So, Johnson, I'm surprised it's not blue, because that you could really...
Right? But I've got the blue on my shirt.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And then, we can kind of go from Hanukkah to
nice.
Christmas time. Where's the camera?
There you go.
With the reindeer glasses. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
If you're not on our streaming channel, you have very sparkly reindeer glasses you just put on.
That is true. And, I love the history behind cocktails and, how significant culture is within the cocktail world and how we kind of bring it into the culture side of things. So the old fashioned is one of my favorite drinks, very historic.
Same.
Yeah, I know you love those old fashions. Now the predecessor to yes.
No, I was just going to ask this long-standing question I have about the old fashioned. So was the old fashioned was it always called an old fashioned and referencing some old fashioned drink, or was it something we eventually gave the name to because it was old fashioned?
So the story goes is that the Pendennis Club in Louisville, Kentucky, they were getting orders in the mid to late 1800s for a drink called an old fashioned whiskey cocktail. So the whiskey cocktail predates the old fashioned by about 100 years, and it was whiskey, bitters, sugar, and water. Right? Sounds like an old fashioned, but it kind of fell out of fashion throughout the early 1800s. So when people were ordering them, they would say, "Oh, I want one of those old fashioned whiskey cocktails." And so the Pendennis Club just cut it into old fashioned and put it on their menu.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And it's got a huge, revival of interest.
Huge following. Huge
my
following.
sister's favorite drink now.
Okay.
She tries every different
she
variety.
used to like water and coffee, but now it's just old fashioned.
I love your sister, Callie. I love you, and I love your sister.
And I love all of you, but less questions and more making.
Yes, I know. Our time's running short. So this is actually the predecessor to the old fashioned, the predecessor to the whiskey cocktail, the whiskey sling. So a cocktail was a whiskey sling just with bitters added to it. So a whiskey sling is just whiskey, sugar, and water. So you easily sling it back, right? So I actually have I'm going to make this rum based. I've got the Mad River Maple Cask rum, which is from Vermont. And I'm going to add 2 ounces to my glass. Now, the products, this rum specifically, you can get at like the Yankee Wines or Beacon Hill Wines. Really great product. And as the sweetener, I'm adding this spiced pomegranate. So cinnamon, vanilla, again with the pomegranate.
Pomegranate's really popular.
And to kind of add a little bit of anti-inflammatory, a little turmeric.
All right.
Yeah, a little modern day, fun, trendy ingredient. And we're going to give this a little bit of a stir. And then pour out some samples.
I love how this is shaping up. And again, this is the Winter Spice Old Fashioned. And again, just sit back and relax and listen or watch, because we're posting all of these recipes that you could add or tonight.
And you can drink along at home with us right now if you want to.
Absolutely.
It turns out the old fashioned, you can just add so many different spices and flavors to it.
You can, and garnish is such an important aspect of all drinks. So what I'm going to have you do is take 1 sip of this drink, and then I'm going to express an orange peel in your direction or on top of your drink.
Oh my God, this is good.
So I'm going to just... I'm expressing that over, and then I'm expressing that over.
That was good
and
before the
expressing
expression.
that orange peel.
This is really good.
And
What
I'm
do you
not
think?
typically an old-fashioned girl, but I could get to
I
this.
think it's the spiced pomegranate
Oh,
that gives it.
so
there's-
good.
Isn't that
there's
nice?
something at the front of the mouth, a little tartness or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and that it's very simple. I did Palm Wonderful pomegranate juice, some sugar, some vanilla, and then some cinnamon. That's all.
And to your point, Kelly, I mean, I happen to love bourbon whiskey, all all of the things, but you don't necessarily taste that now, which is fascinating.
Which I think is a problem for some of us.
It is incredibly seasonal. It's like if you were like, what does the holiday season taste like in your mouth? It's this.
Yes.
This is the taste of the holiday
Right?
season.
Oh my
goodness.
God.
This is really delicious.
It's also a great title, Winter Spice Old Fashioned.
That's really good.
Thank you. I'm getting some great feedback from you guys.
I feel like you
This
could
is terrific.
batch make this for a party.
I love
could.
batching drinks. I
Me
just
too.
found a couple of batches of a Macallan 12-year-old cocktail that I made a couple months ago. So I found
Well, you
it
gotta
in my
love somebody
boxes.
to batch that.
Well, I know it's very true. You're absolutely right, and so I'm going to have that during Christmas time.
But is that one of the advisable things to do?
Absolutely, yeah. Pre-batch, you can dilute it with water right away, so that you don't have to stir or shake, and you can pop it in the fridge. You can pop it in the freezer. If it has water, don't put it in the freezer because it will freeze.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely make it ahead of time so that you can enjoy yourselves and your family during these family celebrations.
Well, this is good, but I might drink this before the people get there.
I know. I've got one last drink.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Bring
up
it
for
on.
it. Are we up for it?
yeah, let's
Okay.
go.
So this is my.
I think I sped us up. Now we have a few minutes. So
Okay, we do. All right.
We
Well,
can slow
good.
down our power
We
drinking.
can take our time. We can
Okay.
breathe.
Yes.
All
And
right.
inhale.
So,
Good.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
We're obviously kind of pretty deep now into a cocktail renaissance.
Yes.
And, as I look at the ingredients you have laid out here, what role do you feel like the availability of so many ingredients has played in that? Just the sheer ability to either go on Amazon and get something or go to a grocery store, specialty grocery store that has any number of things that, 10 years ago you just couldn't get your hands on.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You're allowed to be. Your creativity is overflowing now with international items, especially with social media and how available things are, and the exchange of information and the exchange of culture. It's insane because when I first started behind the bar 25 years ago, to find something like pomegranate juice. You couldn't find it.
exactly.
You had
Oh,
to
wow.
go to like Chinatown or
Right.
something to a
Yeah.
specialty market. But now it's all over, and you can really go nuts with your creativity. And I love it. I think it's great. There's always something new coming around.
Well, I think it's great when people don't lose their minds, because sometimes I look at the description and I think, what? There's 15 things in this.
Yes.
And it's either going to be really good or really bad.
Right. I know.
Because
And
it's too much. you know?
I'm a huge fan of keeping it focused and simple and not having a gazillion ingredients.
Well, what happened I think it's kind of pretentious, to be honest.
Yeah.
When you see a menu that has things that you cannot pronounce or that you can't even identify.
That's right.
Yeah, I know. And it's probably not executed the right way either. So the execution of the drink is more than half the battle.
And when you're
Okay, well,
creating, now we got to speed back up.
Now we got. I know we can keep
Yes.
going with all the questions.
We have many questions.
So
always.
this is my I like
You
to say
homemade?
world famous homemade eggnog.
Wow.
Oh.
Callie is a
I
very
know.
big
Now,
eggnog
yeah,
person.
I'm a very
Callie.
big eggnog person.
Tell
I
us
am.
about what makes you a big eggnog person, Cal.
Well, since I found my pre-made one that is excellent, Pennsylvania Dutch, and
Yes.
accept no substitutes, it's delicious.
Except
for the
this one,
lazy.
you'll accept this one.
Oh no, I'll accept
I know,
this one.
I've-
This is not a substitute. This is when you're homemade. That's a whole different.
Yeah, I think
story.
I've made eggnog for you before. I believe maybe
Yes.
coquito for you
Yeah,
before as well.
coquito.
Yes, that's what
Oh
you
my
made.
God, I
yes.
love coquito.
So what are you making today?
So this is a classic recipe. So eggs, sugar, milk, cream, baking spices. You could do it the long way where you kind of separate the yolks and blah, blah, blah. But I just add it all to a blender and just kind of flash blend it. And then I added for the spirit, Mozart white chocolate liqueur. I know.
look at this bottle. Where's the
there's a
camera?
lot
As
of
well- as
interest
well
in
as the-
chocolate cocktails.
Yes,
now.
absolutely. As
You
well
have
as
to bring
the
your arm
Mad
down,
River,
Edgar. Yep.
Mad River straight bourbon.
Yeah, oh,
Which is
lovely.
right there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, oh,
As the
delicious.
base, and then of course you got to put a little bit of nutmeg. Oh, where
yes.
do I keep my nutmeg? I put it in my pocket. That's what happens.
So do we have
That's your
warmed
nutmeg
nutmeg?
pocket.
It's my
Of course it's
nutmeg
in your
pocket.
nutmeg
I
pocket.
know.
So the fresh nutmeg also kind of
It really makes a difference.
adds a huge element to fresh eggnog.
Yes.
Also, the theater of just like kind of
Thank you.
grinding it right there.
Yes.
over.
Oh,
is
it's
and
really
your
cold.
cups These are like traditional punch
cups. I'm a Southern girl, so this is right home.
Beauteous. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, this is so yummy.
And I think that white chocolate is kind of interesting in an eggnog too. But
chocolate
balancing...
is a big thing now in cocktails.
Yeah, absolutely. Chocolate, espresso
I
too.
know.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
I love it, and it's funny because you don't taste the chocolate right away, and then it settles in. I happen to love white chocolate to the chagrin of some people who insist.
I support you on that.
Yeah.
People I think are they unfairly malign white chocolate. I
It's
agree.
very good in this drink.
This is terrific.
And I love the
especially
history
when
of eggnog too. There was a drink in medieval times called posset, which actually was a warm ale or wine, egg, cream drink. And kind of, the British took that and turned it into their own, and then we took it and, using that hot poker to stick it inside of the liquid to warm it.
Yeah.
So it's all very traditional, and I love it.
And is there more interest in milk-based drinks anyway, cocktails these days?
Yeah.
Year-round as opposed to just,
As opposed to just, seasonal or just for dessert. You're absolutely right. It was just sort of the dessert menu section of the drink menu, in a restaurant.
Well, I should point out more breaking news. We've had a lot of breaking news today that the American Heart Association just announced that, yes, we can all be smiling because 2 drinks, not bad, maybe even good, 1 to 2 drinks a day. So they've reversed some of what they've been saying over the last few years, that it can be bad for your heart. And now they're saying, no, actually, probably good.
Perfect. Oh my God. I'm clapping about that.
So, Dr. Pogash, you're taking good care of us right now.
My pleasure. Jonathan Pogash, MD. And I just want to quickly mention, if you want a gift at this time of the year, like a great host or hostess's gift, this is my book, The Mr. Boston Bartender's Guide, 75th Anniversary Edition. You can get it on my website.
In there?
That my recipe for the eggnog is in here.
Yay.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
Delicious.
There it
Oh
is.
my God, this is really good, Jonathan.
It's all really good. These are all fantastic.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being with us. As always, these really are all delicious. Hanukkah Harry, Winter Spice Old Fashioned, Jonathan's famous eggnog. They're all on our website. And of course, in the 75th anniversary of your books, which people can choose as a great stocking stuffer.
Yes, and Valentine's Day, I'll be in studio for the Stories from the Stage, February 13th.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you're cheating on us.
I-
On Valentine's Day, no less.
Yeah,
Jared, please forgive me. Kelly, Edgar, please
That's what they
forgive
all
me.
say.
It is great to see you. Thank you so much, and happy holidays.
You too. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Jonathan Pogash is president and owner of the Cocktail Guru. He also co-hosts the Cocktail Guru podcast with his father, Jeffrey Pogash. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or join all 3 of us live at the Boston Public Library for our Arts and Culture Week in Review. In Hollywood, the Oscar goes to YouTube, with future plans to leave the network broadcast in the dust. Plus, the battle you didn't know existed, a debate over Santa facial hair and the Home Alone house hair. That's not here.
Yeah,
Facial hair.
We'll allow it.
And the Home Alone house is returning to its cinematic glory. We'll have all that and more. And remember, no reservations required to join our studio audience. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dellis, and Chelsea Mers. Today's engineer is Bill Piazzatelli. If you ever miss us live here on the radio, you can keep up with all things arts and culture by way of the Culture Show podcast. I'm Jared Bowen. On behalf of all of us, have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World. Up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. Filmed live at the GBH Fraser Performance Studio, celebrate the season with Bach from Sacred Works that evoke the wonder and reverence of the holidays. Don't miss Illuminate Bach, a holiday celebration. Tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
Starting January 1st, millions of Americans will see their monthly premiums on their Affordable Care Act plans skyrocket. Some Americans are jumping off their insurance plans ahead of time.
Went yesterday to pick up her 3 prescriptions for the first time without insurance, and it was $184.
Finding ways to pay for health care on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at